Every life that seems put together on the outside carries a story the world never sees. When the lights go off and the noise dissolves, when there's no work to do and no one to impress, the truth finally steps forward. The thoughts you hide from, the tension you pretend isn't there, the emotions you keep stitched tightly beneath the surface, not because you're dramatic, but because you've had no safe place to let them unravel. We are taught to keep going, to be strong, to deal with it, to push through instead of pause. But no one teaches us the art of emptying the mind. No one teaches us how to release what the day has pressed into us. No one teaches us that rest is not a reward. It's a requirement. Somewhere inside you is a quieter voice, older, wiser, calmer, waiting for a chance to rise. It doesn't want escape. It doesn't want distraction. It wants a reset. A moment where everything inside you stops shaking long enough for you to breathe again. The Stoics understood something most people forget. The mind becomes heavy when we wrestle with every thought that appears. Suffering grows when we try to control what was never ours to control but peace. Peace comes when you step back, when you observe without judgment, when you allow the mind to soften instead of tighten. Tonight, that's what this practice is here to do. 4 hours to loosen the grip of the day. 4 hours to quiet the storms you've been surviving in silence. 4 hours to restore the emotional balance you lost along the way. 4 hours to return home to yourself. Gently, slowly, fully. This is your time now, your reset, your clearing, your quiet doorway back into peace. Let's begin. Before moving deeper, pause and feel the slight shift inside you. Something settling, something loosening, a quiet pull toward a softer inner place you rarely visit. Not a memory, not a thought, just a doorway opening. A space between being awake and falling asleep, where the mind finally stops pretending to be strong. Most people rush through this fragile moment without understanding its power. But tonight, you will walk into it slowly, letting it guide you inward. This transition matters, because right before sleep the mind is open, unguarded, and ready to reshape itself without resistance. This fragile space is known as the hypnagogic gate. The Stoics never used that word, but they understood the power hidden in this threshold better than anyone. They wrote about the quiet minutes when the mind softens and allows truth to rise without filters. At this border between wakefulness and rest, thinking becomes lighter and more honest. Nothing is forced. Nothing needs to be held tightly. The inner world becomes receptive, like calm water reflecting whatever touches its surface. Here, thoughts behave differently. They don't demand attention. They drift, they slow, they lose their sharp edges. This gives you a rare chance to redirect the patterns that exhaust you during the day, not by fighting them, but by letting them pass without feeding them. The mind begins to learn stillness through experience, not effort. This teaches a new habit: calm reactions instead of spirals, clarity instead of fog. You are not suppressing anything. You are letting thoughts move without attaching to them. The Stoics used this moment for honest reflection, not to criticize themselves, but to see what the mind was carrying. At night, when the world is quiet, you face yourself without armor. The ego grows tired, and with that exhaustion comes clarity. You see which concerns belong to you and which were borrowed from the world. You see which emotions are still raw and which have outlived their purpose. This honesty is gentle, not harsh, because the mind is too tired to argue. This threshold also makes the mind more absorbent. Whatever you dwell on here sinks deeper. This is why worries before bed feel heavier the next morning. They settle into the subconscious, but the same mechanism can work in your favor. When you direct your attention towards steadiness, acceptance, and inner calm at this stage, Those qualities take root more deeply than they ever could in daylight. The mind listens differently here. It is open, impressionable, and willing to release the tension it clings to when awake. This is also the best moment to practice the Stoic skill of gentle detachment. Not emotional coldness, but the ability to watch your thoughts instead of being pulled by them. At the edge of sleep, thoughts seem smaller, almost soft. You see them as temporary events rather than commands. You notice that not everything requires your energy. Not every feeling needs a story. Not every worry deserves a home in your mind. As your awareness lingers at this gate, the body naturally begins to let go. Shoulders drop, breathing deepens, the jaw releases its grip. This physical surrender sends a signal back to the mind. You are safe enough to rest. The Stoics valued this connection. Calm the body, and the mind follows. Calm the mind, and the body responds. This partnership creates a gentle downward pull toward peace. Training at this threshold is not about controlling anything. It is about allowing what is already happening, letting the mind sink, letting tension fall away, letting the day unclench from your thoughts. This is where emotional reset truly begins, not with discipline, but with surrender. As you drift deeper into this liminal space, the mind prepares for a deeper descent, one that clears what you could never resolve while awake. You are ready to go further. As you linger at the threshold where thoughts drift and the body softens, something else begins to rise. Something deeper than quiet and more honest than reflection. It's the moment when emotions, no longer held down by daytime tension, start to surface in their true form. Not loud, not overwhelming, just real. This is where the next layer of inner work begins, where the mind starts to reshape feelings it once feared. And there is a curiosity that naturally appears here, a sense that something within you is ready to shift, ready to transform, ready to become lighter than it has been in a long time. This is the beginning of emotional alchemy, the process of turning heavy feelings into clarity through nocturnal cognitive reframing. When the world sleeps and the mind loosens its grip, emotions become easier to access and easier to reshape. During the day, thoughts move too quickly and distractions layer themselves over your real feelings. But in the silence of night, the mind becomes more receptive to new interpretations, new meanings, and new emotional pathways. This state is unique because logic and emotion stop fighting each other. They meet quietly. They cooperate instead of clash. Reframing begins with observing your feelings without trying to fix them. At night, emotions often feel more raw, and many people mistake this sensitivity for weakness. But the truth is, this heightened emotional awareness is the mind's natural way of seeking resolution. The Stoics understood that emotions are not the enemy. They are messengers. They reveal the beliefs you carry. They show you where your mind is misaligned with reality. When you allow yourself to feel without resisting, the emotional charge begins to drop. The feeling loses its grip because you're not fueling it with fear. This is when the reframing process becomes possible. You start questioning the meaning you attach to events. A thought that once felt absolute becomes flexible. The brain, in this nighttime state, becomes more fluid. It accepts new associations more easily. This is why people often wake up with new clarity after a night of deep reflection. The mind reorganizes itself, and emotional knots untangle in ways they couldn't during the day. One powerful aspect of nocturnal reframing is how the nervous system behaves. When you're lying in darkness, your system is no longer preparing for action. The body is in a state of surrender, which lowers emotional reactivity. This calm physiological state allows you to explore difficult feelings without being overwhelmed. You see the emotion clearly, yet it doesn't consume you. This balance creates the perfect environment for cognitive shifts. The mind rewires the emotional meaning attached to memories or worries with more compassion and less distortion. Another key element is recognizing how many of your emotional reactions were built on assumptions. At night, when your mind slows, you start to notice patterns that were invisible before you see where you exaggerated danger, misread someone's intention, or judged yourself too harshly. You begin to reinterpret events with a softened perspective, not through denial, but through a clearer view of reality. This shift in interpretation changes the emotional weight instantly. A thought that once triggered anxiety now feels manageable. A memory that caused regret now holds understanding instead of pain. The Stoics practiced this form of emotional alchemy by questioning their impulses and reframing their judgments. They believed that suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the labels we attach to them. At night, when the mind stops rushing, this truth becomes easier to apply. You see that many emotions were built on old beliefs that no longer serve you. You gain the freedom to rewrite those beliefs with kinder, more accurate interpretations. Through this process, the emotional body becomes lighter. What once felt sharp becomes rounded. What once felt overwhelming becomes clear. Emotional alchemy is not about erasing feelings. It is about transforming them into something that supports you instead of harming you. And as this reframing takes root in the deeper layers of your mind, you prepare for the next stage of renewal, where emotional clarity becomes a foundation rather than a fragile moment. You are ready to continue. As the emotional weight softens and the mind begins to reshape the stories it once held too tightly, another subtle shift unfolds beneath the surface. Thoughts become looser, dreams drift closer, and the boundary between conscious choice and unconscious movement starts to blur. In this delicate space, something powerful becomes possible, something the Stoics understood long before modern science gave it a name. You start to notice that even in the drifting world of dreams, the mind still responds to certain patterns, still reacts to certain ideas, still holds on to certain beliefs. And this realization opens the door to a deeper kind of inner training. This is where the discipline of assent enters. During the day, it is the practice of choosing which thoughts to accept and which to release. But at night, when the mind begins slipping into dreams, assent becomes quieter, subtler, almost instinctive. This is not about controlling dreams. It is about shaping the mental posture that follows you into them, because the mindset you carry as you fall asleep often determines the emotional tone that colors your dream world. When the Stoics spoke about assent, they meant the ability to pause before embracing a thought as truth. They understood that you cannot stop thoughts from appearing, but you can decide which ones deserve your agreement. At night, this same principle works in a gentler way. As the mind drifts, you are less guarded, less defensive, and more honest. Thoughts arise from deeper places, memories, desires, fears, half-forgotten moments. Without discipline, the mind simply accepts all of them as meaningful, but with practice, you carry a different lens into sleep, one that filters, softens, and questions without forcing. This discipline begins in the moments before sleep, when your awareness is still present. If you bring a calm and steady inner tone into the transition, you influence the quality of your dream states. The mind absorbs your final emotional posture like a sponge. If your last thoughts are grounded, less reactive and more centered, you enter dreams with a kind of inner stability. This stability doesn't control what you dream. It shapes how you respond within the dream. You may still experience tension or conflict, but the emotional charge is reduced. The mind becomes less likely to accept distressing thoughts as definite truths. Dream states reveal what the mind has not resolved. If you fall asleep with fear, the dream absorbs it. If you fall asleep with understanding, the dream absorbs that too. The discipline of ascent teaches you to meet pre-sleep thoughts with a gentle question. Does this deserve my agreement? This simple practice prevents your dreams from being shaped by assumptions you never meant to keep. You start entering sleep with cleaner mental boundaries, which reduces emotional disturbances during the night. One important part of this discipline is learning to recognize when the mind is exaggerating. Before sleep, thoughts can feel louder and more dramatic. Concerns stretch themselves, doubts look larger, memories appear sharper than they truly are. If you accept these distortions without questioning them, they follow you into dreams and create emotional turbulence. But if you maintain a soft, steady awareness, you prevent these distortions from becoming the foundation of your dream state. You choose not through force, but through clarity. The Stoics practiced this by ending each day with deliberate reflection, stripping away false judgments before sleep could amplify them. They believed that the mind, left unchecked, would take small concerns and magnify them in the dark. The discipline of ascent protects you from this magnification. It teaches you to release any thought that tries to dominate the night. By doing this, your dreams become less chaotic, less emotionally charged, and more aligned with your deeper sense of inner balance. As this discipline takes root, dreams transform from emotional battlegrounds into quiet mirrors. You begin to see truth instead of fear, insight instead of confusion, and when you wake, you rise with a clearer mind, as though the night worked with you instead of against you. This gentle mastery of ascent creates a peaceful bridge between waking and dreaming, preparing you for deeper work ahead. You are ready for the next descent. As you move further into this inner landscape, each layer becoming quieter and more refined, there comes a point where the mind reveals something unexpected, not heaviness, not struggle, but excess. Too many thoughts, too many unfinished stories, too many fragments of the day taking up space they never earned. This build-up doesn't shout. It hums beneath the surface, pulling your attention without permission. And it becomes clear that one of the most overlooked causes of restless nights isn't fear or stress or worry, it's mental clutter. This is where the next stage of the journey begins. Dream minimalism is the practice of clearing the mind's internal space before sleep, so your dreams are shaped by clarity rather than chaos. It isn't about forcefully emptying the mind or pretending you have no thoughts at all. It's about removing the unnecessary so the essential can breathe. Most people fall asleep carrying conversations they never finished, tasks they didn't complete, and emotions they never named. The brain then sorts through all of this at night, creating tangled dreams and fragmented rest. Dream minimalism gently prevents that overload. This practice starts with acknowledging how much mental residue the day leaves behind. Every decision, every interaction, every moment of overstimulation leaves a trace. The mind stores impressions, intentions, and micro-thoughts you barely noticed while awake. Without releasing these small build-ups, the mind tries to process them in sleep, creating a dream environment that feels hectic and disorganized. By clearing this residue beforehand, you give the brain permission to rest instead of sorting. A key part of dream minimalism is loosening unnecessary thinking, not deleting thoughts, but letting go of the ones that don't deserve to follow you into the night. Many thoughts pretend to be important right before bed because the mind is quieter, making them more noticeable. But a quiet thought isn't always a meaningful one. Through gentle awareness, you learn to identify which thoughts are simply leftover noise. You do not argue with them or suppress them. You let them pass. When the mind stops grabbing every thought that appears, clutter begins to fall away naturally. Another helpful element is emotional sorting. Before sleep, feelings often rise to the surface in subtle waves. Most people react by pushing them down, which only amplifies them later in dreams. Dream minimalism teaches you to meet these emotions briefly, acknowledge their presence, and then release them without carrying them deeper into the night. By giving each feeling a moment of recognition, you prevent it from chasing you through your dream world. This frees the mind from emotional residue that often disguises itself as complex dream imagery. The Stoics understood this concept intuitively. They ended each day by reviewing what mattered and discarding what didn't. They believed that letting the mind sleep with unresolved clutter weakened emotional stability. Their nightly clearing rituals were simple but powerful, helping them remove mental debris so their dreams remained calm and their mornings clear. Dream minimalism echoes this approach: light, honest, and free from judgment. Reducing mental clutter doesn't require long routines. It begins with a small shift in how you close the day. You allow the mind to release tasks that belong to tomorrow. You gently set aside thoughts that hold no real meaning. You let go of replaying conversations or analyzing possibilities. You give the mind permission to rest instead of perform. This creates a mental environment where dreams become softer, shorter, and less tangled. A minimal mind entering sleep often creates dreams that feel spacious. Instead of chaotic scenes filled with unresolved details, you experience smoother emotional landscapes. The brain processes what truly matters instead of sifting through everything at once. This leads to deeper rest, more mental clarity upon waking, and an overall sense of being internally organized. Dream minimalism is not about emptiness, it's about intentional space. It's the quiet clearing that prepares the mind for deeper restoration, and as this clarity settles in, you feel yourself moving toward a cleaner, gentler night, one where the mind finally has room to breathe. You are ready to continue downward into deeper stillness. As the mind grows lighter and the inner space becomes clearer, a new layer reveals itself. One that sits quietly beneath all your thoughts, emotions, and dreams. It is the tension created by wanting to control what was never yours, and the quiet exhaustion that follows from carrying that burden into the night. Even with a calm mind, this single force can disturb your rest more than anything else. It pulls you backward into old worries, forward into imagined futures, and sideways into things you cannot influence. This is where the next lesson rises naturally, the nocturnal dichotomy of control. During the day, this principle is often discussed in rational terms. You remind yourself to focus only on what you can influence. But at night, logic fades, the mind loosens, emotions soften, and yet the desire for control becomes clearer. When the world is silent and you're left alone with your thoughts, it becomes obvious how many things you've been trying to hold together through sheer will night magnifies truth. And the truth is that peace cannot exist where you cling to the uncontrollable. The dichotomy of control becomes even more powerful at night because the mind is less distracted. There is nothing to hide behind. No tasks, no notifications, no conversations. The mind exposes what is weighing it down, and most of what keeps you awake has nothing to do with what you can control. It is the mental replay of things you wish had gone differently, or the anticipation of things you fear might happen. Nighttime thinking often becomes a tug-of-war between acceptance and resistance. The first step in the nocturnal practice is noticing the invisible grip. The mind holds tight to certain thoughts, as if releasing them would cause the world to collapse. But when you look closely, you see that the grip is unnecessary. Many of your worries are about outcomes you cannot decide, people you cannot shape, and circumstances that unfold independent of your efforts. Letting go is not neglect. Letting go is recognizing reality. One powerful element of this nighttime version is understanding how the mind overestimates its responsibilities in the dark. The brain becomes more protective when tired. It tries to shield you by analyzing potential dangers, but these protections often turn into rumination. When you acknowledge that the mind is trying to help, you remove the shame. When you gently redirect it toward acceptance, you remove the fear. This is where control shifts into clarity. The Stoics taught that the things within your influence are your choices, your attitudes, and your responses. Nothing more. At night, this truth becomes softer, more compassionate. It is not a demand for discipline, but an invitation to rest. You do not need to fix anything in the dark. You do not need to figure out the future at 2 a.m. You do not need to replay conversations or predict possibilities. Your only task is to tend to your inner state. Everything else can wait for daylight. The nocturnal dichotomy of control becomes a kind of emotional boundary. When thoughts arise about situations outside your influence, you acknowledge them but do not follow them. You allow them to pass like distant echoes. When thoughts arise about things you can choose, your tone, your perspective, your next step, you hold them lightly without pressure. This separation calms the nervous system, softens reactivity, and signals to the mind that it doesn't need to solve everything tonight. As you practice this, dreams become less burdened by unnecessary expectations. The subconscious no longer processes imagined responsibilities or exaggerated fears. Instead, it begins to restore itself. You wake with a clearer mind because you stopped carrying the world into your sleep. The dichotomy of control becomes a quiet guardian at the edge of consciousness, filtering what deserves your attention and what deserves to dissolve. This nighttime surrender is not defeat, it is wisdom. When you stop gripping what isn't yours, you create space for deeper rest. And in that rest, your strength begins to rebuild itself from within. You are ready to continue into the deeper layers of the night. As you release what you cannot hold, and the weight of control finally loosens its grip, a new depth opens beneath the surface of your awareness. A quieter layer, one rarely noticed but always present. It's the place where dreams form, where emotions reorganize, and where the mind speaks in symbols instead of sentences. Up to this point, you've been preparing the inner ground, clearing it, softening it, unclenching it. Now the night invites you into a deeper form of work, one that happens inside the dream landscape itself. This is where Stoic lucid dream interventions begin to take shape. Lucid dreaming does not always mean full control or cinematic awareness. In the Stoic sense, it refers to those fleeting moments when you sense, even faintly, that you are within a dream, a moment of clarity. A shift in awareness. A small spark of recognition that the world around you is woven by your mind, not by external events. These tiny flashes of insight become powerful tools for emotional detox. The reason this works lies in how the dreaming brain functions. During dreams, emotions rise without filters. They stretch, magnify, and unfold themselves freely. But the logical part of the brain is quieter, which means you can approach deep emotions without being overwhelmed by analysis. When a small moment of awareness appears in the dream, a moment where you sense the unreality, you gain a unique opportunity. Instead of reacting automatically, you respond with clarity. You break emotional habits from the inside. Stoic dream interventions begin with grounding. When you sense you're dreaming, even softly, you stabilize your inner presence with a calm inner reminder. This is a dream. Not to escape, not to control the scene, but to stop emotional reflexes from taking over. The simple act of naming the dream loosens the emotional grip. Fear, anger, sadness, all begin to soften because the mind recognizes they don't represent real danger. Once grounded, the second intervention is observation. The Stoics taught that the first step in mastering emotion is seeing it clearly. In dreams, emotions appear without disguise. Your task is not to judge them, not to label them as good or bad, but to witness the raw feeling as it rises. This witnessing changes its intensity. When the dream self observes instead of reacts, the emotion loses its sharp edges. It becomes something you can work with rather than something that controls you. The next intervention is reframing within the dream. If a dream presents conflict, fear, or chaos, you approach it with the mental posture you've built before sleep: calm, steady, centered. You allow the dream to continue, but you carry a new emotional stance within it. This alone redirects the dream's energy. The brain processes the emotional narrative differently. The dream shifts from re-experiencing emotion to releasing it. One of the most powerful parts of this practice is confronting emotional symbols. Dreams often present your fears or unresolved emotions as characters, places, or scenes. With a touch of awareness, you can meet these symbols differently. Instead of running, you face them gently. Instead of resisting, you acknowledge them. This simple act transforms the emotional charge. The mind interprets your response as mastery rather than avoidance. The emotional weight dissolves at the root. Stoic, lucid interventions do not require dramatic dream control. Even a 2-second moment of awareness is enough to shift the emotional direction. These small flashes create deep internal rewiring, because the subconscious is more malleable during dreams than in waking life. Each time you bring clarity into a dream, you teach the mind a new pattern of responding to emotions: calm instead of panic, curiosity instead of resistance, acceptance instead of fear. Over time, this creates a powerful detoxing effect. Emotional residue stored deep in the subconscious begins to rise and release through dream narratives that no longer overwhelm you. You wake with a lighter heart, clearer intuition, and a sense that something inside you has been washed clean. This is emotional purification through the dream world, gentle, natural, and profoundly effective. You are now ready to move even deeper. As the dream world releases its emotional residue and your inner landscape grows clearer, something subtle begins to shift inside the body itself. The mind may feel lighter, but the body still carries its own history. Tension stored in muscles, stress held in the breath, patterns etched into the nervous system from years of pushing, enduring, and surviving. Mental clarity alone cannot erase these imprints. The body must be taught to relax as deeply as the mind. This is where the next layer of practice emerges: somatic stoicism, the art of calming the nervous system through ancient principles that reach beyond thought. The Stoics understood that the mind and body are not separate. They believed that a turbulent body fuels a turbulent mind, and that a calm body creates an inner landscape where wisdom can rise. At night, this connection becomes even more powerful. When the world grows quiet, the nervous system reveals its true state. Every subtle tension, every shallow breath, every tightness you ignored during the day becomes more noticeable. Instead of resisting these sensations, somatic stoicism teaches you to meet them with steady attention. The first somatic principle is settling, not forcing the body to relax, but allowing it to soften naturally by removing resistance. When you bring gentle awareness to your physical state, the body begins to unwind on its own. Muscles loosen not because you push them, but because you stop holding them. This shift signals to the nervous system that it is safe to move out of defense mode. Safety is what the body craves at night, and softness is the language it understands. A second principle is steady breathing. Ancient Stoic texts often mention controlled breathing as a way to guide the mind. They believed the breath was a bridge between the physical and the emotional. When breaths become longer and slower, the body activates its natural calming system. Heart rate drops, stress chemicals decrease. The mind follows the rhythm of the breath, settling into a quiet, internal balance. Breathing becomes a silent message to every layer of your being. You are not in danger. The next somatic element is grounded presence. This means feeling the weight of your body resting against the surface beneath you, noticing the heaviness in your limbs, sensing the support holding you up. Ancient Stoics practiced forms of grounding to remind themselves of stability. In the context of sleep, grounding turns the body into an anchor. Instead of floating through thoughts or drifting into tension, you feel rooted. This reduces mental restlessness and brings the nervous system into deeper stillness. A lesser-known Stoic practice involves micro-relaxation, small releases of tension that accumulate into full-body ease. By slowly scanning your body and identifying subtle contractions, a clenched jaw, a tight hand, rigid shoulders, you allow each part to loosen. This teaches the body that it no longer needs to prepare for conflict. Throughout the night, this relaxation continues without effort, guiding you into deeper stages of sleep that repair and renew. Another powerful aspect of somatic Stoicism is emotional neutrality in the body. The Stoics taught that emotions often begin not in the mind, but in the body. A racing heart becomes anxiety. Tight lungs become dread. A closed chest becomes sadness. By softening the body, you prevent these sensations from transforming into emotional spirals. You create a physical environment where emotional disturbances cannot take hold. This is not suppression, it is prevention through physical calm. The nervous system also responds to the internal posture you carry before sleep. Stoicism encourages a stance of quiet acceptance, and the body behaves differently when acceptance is present. Muscles stop bracing for impact. The breath stops preparing for action. The body shifts from protection to rest. This physical surrender deepens the mental one, creating a loop of calm that pulls you into restorative sleep. As you move deeper into somatic stillness, the night becomes more than sleep. It becomes recovery. The body repairs, the mind reconnects, and the spirit resets. You wake not only mentally clearer, but physically renewed, as if the weight you once carried has dissolved from both mind and muscle. You are now prepared to descend even further. As the body settles into deeper ease and the nervous system shifts from guarding to resting, another layer of inner clarity begins to rise, one that has nothing to do with muscles or breath, but everything to do with how you end your day. When the physical world grows still, the mind becomes honest. Thoughts slow enough for you to finally see what has been echoing beneath the surface. This is the moment where the next practice unfolds, not with force, but with a quiet pull towards self-understanding. The night offers a rare gift, the chance to look inward without distraction, without noise, without the pressure of performance. And this is where the evening examination method begins to take shape. This method was central to ancient Stoic practice. It wasn't about judgment or harsh self-criticism. It was about gentle, clear review, a way to empty the emotional residue of the day so that nothing heavy follows you into sleep. Most people go to bed with unresolved tension, unspoken feelings, and mental echoes of the day's challenges. These fragments drift into dreams and shape the quality of rest. The evening examination prevents that build-up. It clears the emotional field before sleep can magnify the unprocessed. The first part of this method is simply acknowledging the events of the day, not reliving them, not analyzing them, but recalling them with a neutral mind. You observe what happened without dressing it in emotion. This opens a mental window that lets the heat of the day escape. When experiences are acknowledged without emotional charge, they lose their power to linger. The mind stops replaying them involuntarily because you've already given them their moment of recognition. The next stage is gentle evaluation. You ask yourself, with sincerity and without pressure, where did I act in alignment with my values? Where did I drift away from them? This is not about perfection, it's about awareness. The Stoics believed that knowing yourself clearly is the foundation of emotional stability. When you see your own actions honestly, you stop carrying silent guilt, unspoken frustration, or hidden disappointment. You release the day instead of taking it to bed with you. A powerful part of this practice is identifying emotional residue. Throughout the day, small emotions accumulate: irritation, tension, embarrassment, regret, disappointment. These micro-feelings often go unnoticed, yet they accumulate like dust in the corners of the mind. By naming them in the evening, you prevent them from embedding themselves deeper. When you recognize a feeling, you move from being controlled by it to understanding it. And once understood, it begins to fade. The evening examination also guides you to differentiate between what was under your control and what wasn't. This separates unnecessary emotional weight from meaningful reflection. If something was outside your control, you acknowledge it and release it. If something was within your control, you reflect on how you can respond differently next time, without shame, without pressure. This shift transforms the mind's relationship with responsibility and lifts the emotional burden that often lingers into the night. Another important element is forgiveness, not of others, but of yourself. The Stoics taught that self-respect grows from honest reflection, not self-punishment. When you end the day by forgiving your imperfections, you prevent them from becoming emotional knots that tighten during sleep. You send a message to your subconscious that growth is welcome, but self-attack is not. This soothes the mind deeply and prepares it for restful sleep. The final layer of the evening examination is resetting your emotional posture. After reviewing the day, identifying your feelings, and recognizing what belongs to you, you close the day with a simple intention: to rest with a clear heart. This intention becomes the emotional lens you take into sleep. It signals to the mind that nothing from the day needs to be carried any further. Through this nightly practice, the day loses its grip on your inner world. Sleep becomes a true reset rather than a temporary escape. You wake lighter, clearer, and emotionally renewed, as though the weight of yesterday never entered your dreams. You are now ready to move deeper into the night's unfolding. As the day's weight dissolves through honest reflection and the mind settles into a clearer emotional landscape, another layer waits quietly beneath everything you've explored. It is deeper than tension, older than worry, and more persistent than any surface-level thought. It is the inner material you rarely confront in daylight, the parts of yourself you avoid, suppress, or deny because they feel too uncomfortable, too raw, or too out of place in your daily identity. These hidden parts form what many call the shadow. And the night, with its quiet and its gentleness, creates the safest path to approach it. This is where Stoic shadow work through sleep meditation begins. Shadow work is not about dragging your darkest memories into the light or confronting every wound at once. It is about understanding the parts of yourself you've pushed away. The Stoics believed self-mastery required self-knowledge, and self-knowledge required the courage to see the entire self, not just the respectable parts. The night offers a unique environment for this understanding because the conscious mind softens, the ego quiets, and the deeper layers of the psyche begin to speak. Sleep meditation guides you into a state where the shadow becomes approachable, not threatening, not overwhelming, simply present. The emotional charge weakens at night, allowing you to face your inner material with steadiness rather than fear. In this state, you can explore aspects of yourself you normally resist: old insecurities, unresolved emotions, forgotten disappointments, unexpressed needs. Instead of pushing them down, you allow them to surface in a space of calm observation. The first part of Stoic shadow work is recognizing the presence of these hidden parts. Many people carry emotional patterns without realizing where they began. A fear of rejection rooted in childhood, a habit of self-blame formed during failure, a guarded heart shaped by past hurt. At night, these patterns appear more clearly because the distractions of daytime fade. You're able to see emotional truth without the masks you wear in public. The next step is creating inner space for these hidden elements. Most suffering comes from resisting what you don't want to feel. The Stoics taught that pain is amplified by avoidance. In sleep meditation, you allow feelings to arise just as they are. You do not rationalize them or assign meaning, you simply let them exist. This acceptance softens the shadow's intensity. When emotions are allowed to be felt, they no longer control your behavior from beneath the surface. A powerful part of nighttime shadow work is the emergence of symbols. Instead of mental dialogue, the shadow often communicates through sensations, imagery, and emotional impressions. A tightening in the chest may reveal unspoken grief. A heaviness in the stomach may reflect buried fear. Veiled memories may come forward in subtle flashes. You do not force interpretation. You allow understanding to unfold naturally. The subconscious speaks softly, and the night gives you space to listen. Another key aspect is self-compassion. The Stoics valued honesty, but not cruelty. They believed growth came from clarity, not self-punishment. When shadow material arises, you meet it with patience. You treat every emotion, every memory, every uncomfortable truth as something that once formed to protect you, even if it no longer serves you. This approach transforms the shadow from an enemy into a teacher. Each hidden part reveals not weakness, but a need that was never met. As the night deepens, the boundary between conscious and unconscious softens. Sleep meditation allows you to carry your calm awareness into this space. The shadow begins to reorganize itself. Emotional patterns loosen, old narratives dissolve. You don't need to force healing. The mind naturally integrates what you accept. What you acknowledge, you outgrow. What you understand, you release. Over time, this practice lightens your emotional identity. Parts of yourself that once felt threatening become familiar. You stop fearing your own depth. Sleep becomes a place where inner integration happens quietly, without drama or intensity. You wake with a subtle confidence, an inner steadiness that comes from knowing there is nothing inside you that must be hidden or feared. This is Stoic shadow work. Gentle, brave, honest. A night journey into the parts of yourself you once avoided, now seen with clarity and compassion. You are ready to continue deeper. As the hidden layers of your inner world soften and reshape themselves in the quiet safety of the night, another subtle doorway opens, one that doesn't lead into the past or the shadow, but forward into who you are becoming. Once the emotional weight loosens and the mind stops fighting itself, there is a kind of openness inside you, a readiness to be guided. This openness is precious. It is the most fertile ground the mind ever offers. And it is in this gentle, half-conscious space, neither fully awake nor fully asleep, that the next Stoic practice unfolds, rehearsing virtue in hypnagogic visualization. This state, often overlooked, is one of the most influential moments of the entire night. The hypnagogic phase is the thin veil where thoughts turn into images and images turn into sensations. The mind becomes highly suggestible here, not in a manipulative way, but in a receptive way. It is more willing to absorb new patterns, new responses, and new interpretations of self. While shadow work clears what weighs you down, hypnagogic rehearsal fills the space with direction, strength, and clarity. Rehearsing virtue is not about perfection. It is about practicing the person you wish to be, while the mind is soft enough to accept the vision. The Stoics believed that virtue, courage, wisdom, justice, temperance, was strengthened by consistent rehearsal. During the day, this rehearsal requires discipline, but at night, when the gate between conscious and subconscious opens, the process becomes effortless. You're not forcing change, you're allowing it. In this liminal space, the first step is creating a calm mental posture. Not imagining imagery, but sensing a shift inside you, a quiet alignment, a readiness to embody qualities that elevate you. You gently bring to mind situations where you want to respond differently in the future. Moments where you want more patience, more strength, more clarity. The hypnagogic state softens resistance, making it easier to internalize these qualities as natural extensions of yourself rather than lofty ideals. The next part of this practice is emotional rehearsal. Instead of visualizing actions, you focus on the emotional tone you want to embody. If courage is your focus, you bring up the sensation of grounded steadiness. If wisdom is your aim, you cultivate a sense of inward spaciousness. If compassion is your choice, you embody warmth without fear. The hypnagogic mind accepts emotional states more easily than intellectual concepts. When you pair virtue with emotion, the mind stores it far more deeply. Another important part of this process is repetition with softness. You don't need intensity. You don't need dramatic mental scenarios. You simply hold the feeling of the chosen virtue for a few breaths. The subconscious absorbs emotional consistency, not emotional force. Even a brief rehearsal is enough to create new pathways that influence your actions the next day. This is the subtle brilliance of nighttime practice. Small moments create large shifts. The Stoics often spoke about living as if virtue were a companion. In this state, you invite that companion closer. You allow yourself to sense what it would feel like to live with more integrity, more calm strength, more inner balance. This feeling becomes a quiet imprint. It settles into your nervous system and reshapes how you respond without conscious effort. You begin waking with a natural inclination toward virtue because you practiced when your mind was most impressionable. The hypnagogic state also enhances self-identity. The stories you tell yourself during the day often contradict the person you want to be. But during this threshold state, the walls of self-doubt soften. You can present your mind with a healthier identity, and it does not reject it. It listens, it accepts, it rewrites. You are not pretending to be someone you're not. You are remembering the potential that has always been yours. As this practice deepens, you start sensing the alignment between your inner world and the person you aim to become. Virtue becomes less of an ideal and more of an instinct. You wake with more clarity, more discipline, and more emotional steadiness because you rehearsed all of it in the quiet theater of your half-conscious mind. This is the power of rehearsing virtue in hypnagogic visualization. Gentle, potent, transformative. A nighttime cultivation of character that shapes your waking life without force. You are ready for the next descent. As your mind settles into this deeper alignment and the qualities you wish to embody begin taking quiet root, another doorway appears, one that many avoid, misunderstand, or fear. It is the doorway that leads toward thoughts of loss, difficulty, and impermanence. Most people shy away from this path because they think it leads to anxiety, but to the Stoics, it led to freedom. And in the stillness of night, when the mind is softer and emotions loosen their grip, This practice becomes something entirely different: negative visualization as emotional release rather than fear. This technique, often misinterpreted as dwelling on worst-case scenarios, was never meant to provoke panic. It was meant to liberate the heart from its hidden attachments. During the day, negative visualization can feel sharp, even uncomfortable. But at night, when the nervous system is quiet and the ego relaxes, the practice shifts into something gentle, almost soothing. The mind becomes more capable of seeing truth without resistance or emotional distortion. Negative visualization in this nighttime form begins with acknowledging that everything you value is temporary, not to frighten you, but to free you. When you gently contemplate the impermanence of relationships, opportunities, comfort, or even moments of joy, something surprising happens. Instead of gripping them tighter, the heart loosens. Fear turns into gratitude. Anxiety turns into presence. The mind stops trying to control outcomes because it understands that control was never its role. This release creates emotional spaciousness. The key to this practice is approaching it without tension. You're not forcing yourself to imagine loss. You're allowing the mind to recognize that many things you worry about losing were never guaranteed in the first place. This realization softens fear, because fear thrives on false certainty. When you quietly accept uncertainty, the emotional cage opens. You stop fearing what you already understand. This nighttime form of negative visualization also reveals hidden attachments. Many people cling to expectations, routines, identities, or comfort without realizing how tightly they hold them. The mind grows rigid under this weight. At night, without distraction, you can see these attachments clearly. When you gently picture life without them, not dramatically, not intensely, but lightly, you discover that you could still endure, you could still adapt, you could still rise. This recognition reduces emotional dependence and strengthens resilience. Another powerful part of this practice is that it teaches appreciation. The Stoics believed that contemplating loss amplifies love. When you acknowledge that something could vanish, the heart naturally treasures it more. But at night, this appreciation becomes deeper because you're not thinking intellectually, you're feeling emotionally. The mind releases fear by embracing truth, and the heart opens wider by recognizing the value of what it still holds. Negative visualization during sleep meditation also diffuses anticipated suffering. Many fears come not from real events, but imagined versions of them. By approaching them calmly before sleep, you remove their mystery. You see them without dramatic stories attached. You face the possibility, understand it, and let the emotional charge dissolve. The mind interprets this as mastery rather than dread. You become less reactive, less overwhelmed, less controlled by what-ifs. This practice also reshapes the subconscious. When you gently reflect on impermanence, the mind learns to release rather than cling. It stops creating emotional resistance during the night, which reduces restless dreams and inner turbulence. Emotional release begins to happen naturally. The subconscious processes loss not as a threat, but as a part of life. This acceptance brings stability, the kind that does not crumble when uncertainty appears. The final layer of this practice is quiet gratitude, not the loud performative gratitude of forced positivity, but a soft recognition of what surrounds you right now. You begin appreciating the breath in your chest, the softness of the night, the people who care about you, the chances you still have, the life you're still living. Gratitude born from acceptance is deeper than gratitude born from comfort. It is gratitude that doesn't break when life changes. Through this gentle Stoic method, night becomes a place of emotional release instead of fear. You let go not to lose, but to feel lighter. You acknowledge impermanence not to grieve, but to appreciate. And with every quiet breath, the heart becomes less afraid of endings and more alive in the present moment. You are ready for the next descent. As the heart loosens, its fear of loss and gratitude deepens without effort, another shift begins to unfold, one that feels less emotional and more internal, like the quiet reorganization of something deep in the mind. It isn't dramatic. It doesn't arrive with intensity. It shows itself through a growing sense of space inside you, the sense that things which once disturbed you now feel more distant, less urgent, less defining. This is the point where the night invites you into one of the most powerful Stoic practices of all, reprogramming the subconscious through indifference training. Indifference, in the Stoic sense, was never about apathy or emotional dullness. It was about clarity. It was the ability to recognize what holds true importance and what is merely noise. Most of the suffering you experience doesn't come from the events themselves. It comes from the mind attaching significance to things that do not deserve it. The subconscious holds on to these attachments tightly, absorbing every emotional overreaction, every anxious prediction, every unnecessary fear. But in the stillness of night, the subconscious is more moldable than at any other time. Its defenses soften, its patterns loosen. This creates an opening where deep reprogramming can occur. Stoic indifference training begins with recognizing how much energy you spend on things that do not meaningfully shape your life. The opinions of strangers, imagined criticisms, future scenarios that never arrive, minor inconveniences, random judgments. All of these accumulate in the subconscious without your permission. At night, you can finally address them, not by fighting them, but by diminishing their emotional importance. When something no longer feels significant, it stops influencing how you think, react, and dream. The process starts with a simple internal message you bring into the night. This does not matter enough to disturb my peace. You're not denying the existence of the thought, you're refusing to give it emotional weight. This small shift signals the subconscious to reclassify that thought as low priority. Over time, the subconscious begins adopting this new hierarchy, placing trivial concerns where they belong, at the edges of your awareness, not the center. Another powerful layer of indifference training comes from reducing emotional exaggeration. Many thoughts feel urgent only because the subconscious has been trained to react strongly at night. With the body relaxed and the conscious mind softened, you can interrupt this pattern. When a thought arises that once triggered stress or overthinking, you meet it with emotional neutrality. No spike of anxiety, no spiral of analysis, just quiet recognition. This neutral response teaches the subconscious that the situation is not a threat. With repeated nighttime exposure, the mind rewires itself to respond with calm instead of alarm. The Stoics understood that emotional freedom came from assigning value wisely. They believed most things were preferred, but not essential, meaning you can appreciate them without attaching your identity or stability to them. During sleep meditation, you can reinforce this truth gently by feeling the difference between what genuinely matters to you and what simply distracts you. You don't think it, you sense it. The subconscious responds more to feeling than to logic. When it feels the difference, it reorganizes the internal weight of your concerns. Another important element of indifference training is releasing inherited fears. Many of your reactions come from absorbed patterns, family expectations, old criticism, childhood beliefs, societal pressure. These imprints remain in the subconscious for years, influencing how you interpret the world. At night, as the ego relaxes, these imprints surface as sensations or subtle thoughts, Instead of engaging them, you let them pass with gentle detachment. You acknowledge, "This is not mine to hold anymore." This simple recognition dislodges old conditioning and creates emotional room for new responses. Over time, subconscious reprogramming through indifference reshapes your waking life. You become less reactive to minor stressors. You stop absorbing the moods of others. You no longer feel compelled to prove your worth. You respond with clarity instead of impulse. Emotional noise fades into the background, and the mind prioritizes what genuinely contributes to your peace, your purpose, and your values. This training does not dull your heart, it protects it. It does not numb your emotions, it sharpens your wisdom. It teaches the mind to stop gripping what never belonged to it in the first place, and as this new internal structure settles during the night, you wake with a surprising lightness, a quiet confidence that comes from carrying fewer unnecessary burdens. This is the strength born from Stoic indifference, a mind that no longer bends under the weight of the trivial. You are ready to move even deeper into the night's transformation as the subconscious reorganizes itself and unnecessary weight slips quietly into the background. Another inner truth begins to surface, one softer, deeper, and often far more painful than daily worries or passing emotions. It's the collection of stories you never lived, the choices you didn't make, the paths you didn't walk, the versions of yourself you never became. These stories don't make noise during the day. They sit in the quiet corners of the mind, appearing only when the world grows still enough to hear them, and night, with its silence and honesty, brings them closer. This is where the next stage of inner work unfolds, letting go of unlived stories before sleep. Unlived stories carry a unique kind of weight. They aren't regrets in the traditional sense. They are possibilities, some exciting, some heartbreaking, some unfinished. They represent the what-ifs that linger in the mind long after life has already moved forward. Many people don't realize how much emotional energy these stories consume. They shape identity. They influence self-worth. They create quiet tension that follows you into dreams. Releasing them is not about giving up on your potential. It's about freeing the mind from the burden of fantasies that no longer serve your growth. Letting go begins with recognizing these unlived stories without judgment. They might be dreams you outgrew, chances you missed, relationships that never unfolded, or versions of yourself that only existed in imagination. Acknowledging them allows the emotional residue attached to them to rise gently to the surface. You're not erasing them. You're seeing them clearly for the first time without attaching your self-worth to them. The next layer is understanding why these stories linger. Many remain because they represent needs that were never met: belonging, freedom, recognition, meaning. Others stay because they held hope during difficult times. Some remain because they allowed you to imagine a different outcome when reality felt limiting. Instead of criticizing yourself for holding on to them, you treat them with compassion. They once served a purpose. But not every story needs to become a life. Nighttime is the perfect moment to release these narratives because the ego is tired and the mind is more honest. You no longer feel the need to compare yourself to others or defend your choices. In the dark, the truth is simpler. You cannot live every possible version of your life, and that is not failure, it is human. The mind begins to soften around the idea that you were never meant to carry infinite identities, only your own. This release is not a dismissal. It's a gentle letting go of expectations that were never aligned with your present path. You allow yourself to feel the quiet sadness that sometimes comes with closure, but you also feel the relief that follows. Release creates space. Space for presence, space for gratitude, space for the life you are actually living. When the emotional attachment fades, the story loses its power to haunt your mind. Another important part of this practice is reclaiming your identity from these unlived versions of yourself. Many people measure their worth against what they didn't achieve rather than who they actually are before sleep. When the mind is most receptive, you can shift this internal narrative. You remind yourself, softly, without striving, that you are allowed to grow in the direction you have chosen. You are allowed to outgrow dreams. You are allowed to evolve. You are allowed to live one full life instead of grieving the infinite paths you didn't take. This shift reduces emotional turbulence in dreams. The subconscious stops replaying fantasies or creating symbolic versions of unfulfilled wishes. It stops comparing. It stops holding on to alternate realities as if they define you. Instead, the mind begins integrating acceptance. You wake with a sense of alignment, as if something inside you has finally settled. The final layer of letting go is presence. When the unlived stories loosen their grip, the present moment becomes clearer. You feel more grounded in the life you have, not the life that could have been. You begin appreciating your path, not because it is perfect, but because it is yours, and this acceptance deepens your emotional resilience. You stop carrying silent grief for the lives you never lived, and you start nurturing the life that's still unfolding. Letting go of unlived stories is not loss. It is liberation. It is the quiet freedom of returning to yourself without comparison, without longing, without regret. You are ready to continue deeper into the night's unfolding. As the weight of unlived stories dissolves and the mind returns to the quiet truth of the life you are actually living, another ancient doorway appears, one both feared and misunderstood, yet profoundly grounding. It is a doorway that strips away anxiety, shrinks false urgency, and softens the nervous system in a way few practices can. The Stoics walked through it daily, not out of darkness, but out of clarity. And at night, when everything slows and your defenses fall away, this doorway becomes even more powerful. This is where the practice of nightly memento mori begins to work its quiet transformation. Memento mori, remember you must die, sounds harsh to modern ears, but the Stoics never used it to provoke fear. They used it to bring life into focus. At night, when the nervous system prepares for rest, this practice becomes a gentle reminder of the fragility that makes life meaningful. It resets the body's urgency, neutralizes stress, and brings the mind back into alignment with what truly matters. The first layer of this practice is not dramatic. It's a simple acknowledgement of impermanence, not a confrontation with death, but an acceptance of life's natural flow. When you remind yourself that your time is finite, not in a fearful way, but in a soft, clear way, the noise of the day loses its authority. The mind stops clinging to small frustrations. The subconscious releases its grip on imagined catastrophes. The nervous system shifts from overdrive into ease, because the truth becomes undeniable. Much of what stresses you does not deserve the power you've given it. This nightly acknowledgement also calms the body because it interrupts the illusion of constant danger. Most stress reactions are rooted in the mind's instinct to protect. But when you quietly remind yourself of life's impermanence, the body stops bracing for endless threats. It realizes that control was never the point presence was. This softens muscle tension, deepens the breath, and lowers internal resistance. Memento mori becomes a physiological reset. Your body stops fighting life and starts flowing with it. Another powerful layer of this practice is perspective. When you acknowledge that time is limited, the mind naturally reorganizes what matters, not through forced positive thinking, but through clarity. You begin releasing grudges that no longer deserve a home in your body. You let go of irritation that steals more energy than it's worth. Worries shrink, petty conflicts dissolve, emotional noise fades. The nervous system relaxes because the mind stops feeding small fires. Nightly memento mori also softens attachment to perfection. So much tension comes from the belief that you must get everything right, every decision, every action, every path. But when you remember your mortality, this pressure loosens. You stop demanding flawlessness from yourself. You stop fearing mistakes. You stop forcing life to fit unrealistic expectations. This acceptance slows the heart, relaxes the psyche, and prepares the body for deeper sleep. A surprising gift of this practice is increased tenderness. Many believe memento mori creates detachment, but the Stoics understood the opposite. When you remember that life is brief, you naturally soften toward yourself and others. You speak kinder words. You appreciate the warmth of connection. You hold fewer resentments. The nervous system shifts into a state of openness instead of hypervigilance. This emotional softening creates a deeper sense of safety, allowing your body to enter restorative sleep without guardedness. This practice also purifies the mind of false urgency. Throughout the day, everything feels important. Everything demands attention. Everything seems pressing. But nighttime memento mori reveals a simpler truth. Only a few things truly matter. When this recognition sinks into the subconscious, the body stops reacting to every thought as a threat. This reduces nighttime cortisol, quiets intrusive thinking, and eases the transition into sleep. Finally, memento mori reconnects you to gratitude, not the forced kind, but the kind that arrives naturally when you see the preciousness of existence. You begin to value the breath you're taking, the softness of your bed, the chance to rest, the life still unfolding. This gratitude soothes the nervous system more deeply than any technique because it comes from truth, not effort. Through this nightly practice, death stops being a shadow and becomes a guide. A reminder not to fear life, but to cherish it. Not to clutch tightly, but to live fully. Not to panic, but to rest. Memento mori becomes a cleansing breath for the nervous system, a quiet reset that prepares you for deeper restorative transformation. You are ready to descend further. As the mind softens under the clarity of impermanence and the nervous system settles into a quieter rhythm, another layer of inner truth emerges, one that sits at the core of almost every restless night. Beneath the thoughts, beneath the emotions, beneath the memories and the dreams, there is one force that disturbs sleep more than anything else: uncertainty, the unknown, the uncontrollable, the open future that refuses to give you answers on demand. During the day you distract yourself from it, but at night, when everything falls silent, uncertainty steps forward. This is where the next practice unfolds, the Stoic sleep paradox. Calming the mind, not by resisting uncertainty, but by accepting it. Most people try to fall asleep by seeking control. They try to predict tomorrow. They rehearse every possible outcome. They analyze every angle. They try to secure answers in the dark. But the harder you try to control the unknown, the more alert your mind becomes. The paradox is simple and transformative. The mind calms only when it stops demanding certainty. This is the space where Stoic wisdom becomes medicine. The Stoics never promised stability. They embraced the truth that uncertainty is woven into every moment of life. Instead of battling it, they learned to meet it with quiet steadiness. At night, when your inner world opens naturally, this acceptance becomes deeply soothing. The first layer of this paradox is recognizing how much tension comes from expectation. You expect tomorrow to unfold a certain way. You expect your plans to remain untouched. You expect life to respect the path you've drawn. When reality refuses to follow these expectations, resistance grows. And at night, expectations grow louder. They enter the silence and demand answers. Accepting uncertainty means loosening this mental grip and allowing the future to be undefined. This acceptance does not weaken you. It strengthens the nervous system because it removes the illusion of threat. Most nighttime stress is not about real danger. It's about imagined outcomes. When you stop insisting that the future must be predictable, the mind stops reacting as if it's unsafe. The breath deepens. Muscles let go. Thoughts lose their urgency. The body shifts into the state required for true rest. Another layer is emotional surrender. Many hold on to worry because it feels like participation, as though thinking obsessively will somehow prepare you. But worry is only the mind trying to shield itself from uncertainty. When you release the need for answers, you release the emotional tension tied to them. Fear dissolves into openness. Discomfort softens into honesty. Confusion becomes room to breathe. Stoic acceptance also transforms your relationship with the unknown. Instead of seeing uncertainty as a threat, you begin to see it as potential, as space where new possibilities can form, as a natural part of being alive. This shift removes the belief that uncertainty must be controlled. The subconscious interprets this as safety, allowing the body to relax more deeply. A subtle but significant part of this practice is letting go of timing. Much anxiety comes from wanting clarity now, progress now, resolution now. Your mind races because it has assigned urgency to everything. But the night quietly shows you that life does not move according to your schedule. When you release your grip on timing, the nervous system stops functioning in emergency mode. Restlessness fades, the heart steadies, sleep becomes possible again. Night makes acceptance easier because the ego weakens. You become more willing to admit that you don't know what will happen, and in that admission, a sense of peace rises, not because the world becomes certain, but because your resistance drops. You begin to soften into the present moment, instead of bracing for what might come. The final layer of the Stoic sleep paradox is trust. Not a forced belief, but a quiet recognition that you have survived uncertainty countless times before. You've lived through days you didn't anticipate, moments you never planned, challenges you never predicted. And still, you continued. This truth steadies the mind because it shifts your identity from someone who fears the unknown to someone who continually moves through it. Accepting uncertainty does not solve tomorrow. It frees you from trying to. And in that release, calm rises naturally, softening the body, slowing the breath, and guiding the mind into rest without effort. As acceptance settles into your nerves and the mind stops wrestling with the unknown, another quiet opportunity rises in the space between night and morning, an opportunity often ignored yet immensely powerful. It's the moment when dreams still linger like soft footprints, when fragments of emotion, images and sensations hover before fading into daylight. This fragile window holds information your waking mind cannot access. Not predictions, not mystical messages, but evidence. Evidence of how you truly think, feel, and interpret the world beneath your conscious awareness. This is where the practice of dream journaling as Stoic evidence gathering comes alive. The Stoics believed in understanding the self through observation, not assumption. They knew that the mind often hides its real motivations beneath rational explanations. Dreams, however, reveal them. Not through literal meaning, but through emotional tone, through patterns, through recurring themes. What surfaces at night is unfiltered material the Stoics would have treated as valuable data rather than random noise. Dream journaling is not about decoding symbols or predicting the future. It is about gathering evidence of your inner world without judgment. When you write down your dreams upon waking, you capture the raw language of your subconscious before it evaporates. You begin to notice which emotions still cling to you in the morning. You see which fears your mind is trying to release. You observe which desires rise without censorship. This awareness becomes a foundation for deeper emotional clarity. The first layer of this practice is presence, writing down whatever you recall, no matter how fragmented or nonsensical it seems. The goal is not to form a coherent story. The goal is to preserve the emotional texture. Dreams often communicate through sensations rather than logic. When you write down how the dream felt rather than what exactly happened, you begin to detect emotional patterns you may overlook during the day. The second layer is honesty. Dream journaling invites you to acknowledge truths you might avoid in waking life. Maybe a dream shows conflict you haven't addressed. Maybe it highlights insecurity you've pushed aside. Maybe it reveals a longing you haven't allowed yourself to name. These revelations are not shameful. They're guideposts. They show you where your inner world is asking for attention, compassion, or healing. Another important part of Stoic evidence gathering is noticing repetition. When a theme repeats across different nights, abandonment, pressure, fear, embarrassment, conflict, it signals an emotional knot the mind is trying to untangle. Instead of resisting or over-analyzing, you treat this repetition as a clear message. Something within you wants resolution. By identifying these patterns, you can address them directly in your waking life, reducing their power over your subconscious. Dream journaling also strengthens emotional integration. When you write down your dreams, the mind processes them more thoroughly, which reduces their intensity. What felt overwhelming in the dream becomes manageable on paper. This act of recording transforms chaotic emotional energy into structured understanding. The subconscious relaxes because it knows you are listening. Once heard, the emotion loses its urgency. The Stoics valued self-awareness as a tool for cultivating virtue and resilience. Dream journaling offers a unique window into your instinctive reactions, how you behave when the conscious mind steps aside. Do you run? Do you hide? Do you fight? Do you freeze? These patterns reveal where courage needs strengthening, where acceptance needs deepening, and where new emotional habits can be practiced. Another powerful layer is recognizing where the dream exaggerates. Dreams amplify emotions. If you notice your dream self panicking, withdrawing, or overreacting, it doesn't mean you're weak. It means your subconscious is showing you where healing is needed. Instead of judging yourself, you gather evidence. My mind still carries this fear, or I am still holding tension in this area. This clarity becomes a catalyst for change. Finally, dream journaling supports emotional release. Once the dream is written, the mind no longer needs to replay it. You've acknowledged it, you've captured it, you've understood the direction it's pointing you. This frees your subconscious from carrying the same emotional message. Night after night, sleep deepens. Waking clarity improves. Internal noise fades. In this way, dream journaling becomes a Stoic practice, a way to study yourself with curiosity, not criticism, a way to turn the language of dreams into insights that strengthen your emotional resilience, a way to understand your internal landscape so deeply that you no longer fear what rises from within. Each entry becomes a quiet map of your inner world, drawn by the part of you that speaks when everything else is silent. As the quiet traces of dreams settle onto the page and your inner world becomes clearer, another truth begins to rise, so subtle you almost miss it. Beneath all the practices, beneath the emotional clearing, beneath the acceptance and reflection, there is a state the Stoics held in the highest regard. Not inspiration, not motivation, not excitement, stillness. A type of stillness that doesn't silence the mind through force, but through alignment. A stillness that doesn't deaden the heart, but steadies it. A stillness so gentle and natural that the body recognizes it as the doorway into deep sleep. This is where the next stage unfolds. The art of internal stillness as a sleep inducer. Stillness in the Stoic sense was not the absence of thought, it was the absence of unnecessary resistance. The mind becomes restless because it pushes, pulls, argues, anticipates, judges, worries and reaches. Every bit of inner friction tightens the nervous system. And yet, the moment you remove that resistance, the mind begins to quiet on its own. Stillness is not something you create. It's something you uncover once the mental struggle softens. The first layer of internal stillness is acceptance of the present moment exactly as it is. Not the ideal version. Not the improved version, the real one. The breath you're taking. The sensations in your body. The thoughts drifting through. The emotional tone lingering inside you. When you stop demanding that the moment feel different, the nervous system stops bracing. This softening is the entry point into stillness. Another essential part of this practice is refraining from inner commentary. Much of the mind's noise comes from narrating everything you experience. The Stoics recognize this as a source of self-inflicted tension. When you let go of internal dialogue, not suppressing it, just not feeding it, you create space. Thoughts lose momentum. Emotional reactions lose their edges. Silence begins to rise naturally, like a pond settling after a stone stops stirring the surface. Internal stillness also grows through returning attention to the body's natural rhythm. Not controlling the breath, simply noticing it. Not fixing posture, just feeling the weight of your body resting. When awareness centers on simple physical sensations, the mind loosens its grip on abstract worries. The body's natural rhythms act like a cradle for the mind, rocking it gently toward rest. This shift from mental processing to sensory presence signals the nervous system that it is safe to let go. A deeper layer of stillness comes from releasing the need to solve anything. Most nighttime agitation comes from problem-seeking and problem-solving. The Stoics understood that the mind's constant search for solutions creates emotional turbulence. When you remind yourself that nothing needs to be fixed right now, the internal waves fall into calmness. The subconscious responds instantly because it realizes the workload has been lifted. Rest becomes possible. Another powerful aspect of internal stillness is emotional neutrality. This doesn't mean feeling nothing. It means not reacting to what you feel. When a thought or emotion appears, you observe it without clinging or rejecting. The lack of reaction is the core of stillness. You stop creating new emotional ripples. The mind stops amplifying itself. The emotional body unwinds. Stillness becomes a natural state rather than a forced one. The Stoics often spoke of the inner citadel, a place within that remains unshaken regardless of external circumstances. At night, this concept becomes a literal experience. As you settle into inner stillness, you begin to feel a quiet center inside you, a place that does not rush, worry, or strive, a place untouched by the noise of the day. When you rest in this center, sleep becomes effortless. The mind feels supported, the heart feels safe, and the body releases its final tension. This internal stillness also alters how the brain transitions into sleep. Instead of dropping into rest abruptly, your mind glides into it. The boundary between waking and sleeping becomes soft. Thoughts drift without catching. Emotions settle without stirring. Sensations fade without effort. It is the most natural form of sleep induction, where the mind falls asleep because there is nothing left for it to do. In this state, rest becomes deeper, more restorative, more peaceful. You don't fall asleep by escaping your inner world. You fall asleep because your inner world has become a calm place to rest. This is the art of internal stillness. A softening, a releasing, a return to your natural state before the world taught you to clench. A doorway into sleep that opens not through control, but through peace. As inner stillness settles into your body like a gentle weight and the mind stops grasping for control, another deeper truth begins to rise, one that quietly shapes how you feel, how you react, and how you suffer. It's the habit of over-identifying with your emotions, not feeling them, but becoming them. This subtle merging, where fear becomes, "I am afraid," where sadness becomes, "I am broken," where anger becomes, "I am the problem," creates internal storms far stronger than the emotions themselves. And the night, with its softness and honesty, offers the perfect terrain to heal this pattern. This is where the next practice unfolds, healing emotional over-identification through observational detachment. Observational detachment is not emotional avoidance. It is not indifference or denial. It is the ability to step slightly back from your inner experience and see it clearly, the way the Stoics trained themselves to do. The moment you create just a few inches of inner distance, emotions stop swallowing your sense of self. You move from "I am this feeling" to "I am the one noticing this feeling." That shift alone is transformative. The first layer of healing is understanding what over-identification actually does. When you become your emotion, you lose perspective. A temporary feeling gains the power to define your entire identity. The nervous system reacts as if the emotion is a threat, not a message. Sleep becomes difficult because the mind believes it must defend itself. But when you recognize an emotion as an event passing through consciousness, not as the core of who you are, the nervous system immediately softens. Emotion becomes less overwhelming because it is no longer mistaken for the self. Nighttime enhances this process. In the dark, without tasks or noise, feelings rise more clearly. They have space to be seen. Instead of being startled or overwhelmed by them, observational detachment invites you to watch them the way you'd watch clouds drifting across a sky, moving, changing, never permanent. When you observe a feeling rather than merge with it, its intensity fades. The subconscious interprets your calm attention as safety. The next layer is labeling emotions gently and accurately. When you name what you feel, there is sadness, there is anger, there is worry, you separate the experience from your identity. This small language shift sends a powerful message to the brain. This feeling is visiting, not defining. Stoics used similar language to keep emotions from dominating their sense of self. The phrasing becomes a bridge between awareness and detachment. Another essential part of this practice is recognizing the origin of the emotion without letting it grow into a story. Most suffering comes not from the emotion itself, but from the narrative built around it. When you feel worry at night, your mind may create explanations or predictions. Observational detachment allows you to feel the sensation without attaching a story. The emotion loses its momentum because it no longer expands into imagination. A deeper layer of healing involves turning toward the emotion with curiosity instead of resistance. Resistance intensifies feelings. Curiosity softens them when you view an emotion with interest. What is this trying to show me? The subconscious relaxes. You are no longer treating the feeling as a threat, but as information. The Stoics believed that every emotion contains a signal. Detachment allows you to receive the signal without drowning in it. Another powerful shift occurs when you realize emotions rise and fall on their own timeline. They are waves, not walls. When you allow yourself to watch the rise without bracing for impact, and to watch the fall without clinging, the emotional body learns that stillness exists beneath every feeling. This is one of the greatest gifts of observational detachment, the discovery that you are the stable background, not the moving emotion. This practice also reduces emotional reflexiveness. Over-identification leads to immediate reactions, Detachment creates space between stimulus and response. This space is where wisdom lives. At night, when neural pathways soften, this space expands naturally. You start to see your own patterns with clarity, without self-judgment, and this clarity changes how you react in the future. Finally, observational detachment teaches you to anchor your identity in something deeper than emotional weather. The Stoics referred to this as the inner self, the part of you that remains steady even as feelings rise and fall. Connecting to this inner self at night creates emotional stability that carries into the next day. You begin waking with a sense of groundedness because you no longer confuse temporary emotions with permanent truth. Through this gentle night practice, emotional experiences stop feeling like storms and start feeling like signals. You stop collapsing into every feeling and instead witness them with calm awareness. This shift not only heals emotional over-identification, it restores your inner freedom. As emotional over-identification loosens and you learn to witness your inner world without being swept into its currents, another truth becomes clear. Your mind is not the only factor shaping your sleep. The environment around you, the space you enter each night, either calms the nervous system or agitates it. Your bedroom becomes a reflection of your inner state, and your inner state often mirrors your environment. The Stoics understood this connection long before modern psychology confirmed it. External order creates internal order, and so the next step unfolds, the creation of a virtuous sleep environment through the design of a Stoic bedroom. A Stoic bedroom is not about aesthetic perfection or expensive decor. It's about intention. It's about removing what disrupts the mind and strengthening what supports calm. Everything in the space either adds friction or removes it, either pulls you outward or guides you inward. The goal is not beauty, it's clarity. The room becomes a physical extension of your philosophy. The first layer of a Stoic bedroom is simplicity, not emptiness, but the absence of unnecessary stimulation. Clutter, bright colors, and scattered belongings pull the mind into alertness. They demand attention, even in silence. When you reduce what the eyes must process, the mind naturally loosens its grip. Simplicity signals to the nervous system that there is nothing to defend against, nothing to complete, nothing requiring vigilance. This visual quietness becomes a form of nightly therapy. Another essential part is cleanliness. The Stoics saw order as a form of respect for yourself. A clean environment tells the body it is entering a space of rest rather than a space of unfinished tasks. When the bedroom is tidy, the subconscious doesn't carry the tension of things left undone. Cleanliness becomes a form of mental hygiene. Your room becomes a sanctuary, not a storage unit for unresolved energy. Lighting also plays a significant role. A Stoic environment favors gentle, warm, low light, light that signals dusk to the body rather than daylight. Soft lighting calms the limbic system and allows melatonin to rise, guiding the body toward sleep. Instead of harsh brightness, the room becomes a space that quietly encourages your physiology to soften and descend. Another layer is temperature and air quality. The Stoics valued aligning yourself with nature, and your body sleeps more deeply when the environment mimics natural conditions, cool, fresh, and clean. Stale air or heat creates subtle physical stress that the mind interprets as danger. A Stoic sleep space invites breath, ease, and comfort without overstimulation. Removing digital distractions is one of the most transformative elements. Screens, notifications, and artificial brightness fracture attention and keep your nervous system in a state of readiness. A Stoic bedroom creates boundaries. Devices leave the room. The mind's addictive pull towards stimulation fades. This boundary protects your inner world from nighttime intrusion and strengthens your capacity for stillness. Bedding also matters. not luxury, but comfort. The Stoics believed in using what was necessary for health, not excess. Your bed should support rest, not indulgence. A firm, comfortable mattress, breathable sheets, and textures that soothe the skin create a physiological message. You are safe to rest deeply here. Comfort becomes a tool, not a distraction. Another overlooked part of the Stoic environment is scent. Certain natural aromas, lavender, cedar, light herbal notes, signal calm to the limbic system and guide the body into relaxation. This is not indulgence, it's intentional conditioning. Over time, the scent becomes associated with safety, making it easier to fall asleep simply by entering the space. Sound is equally important. A Stoic bedroom protects you from intrusive noise or introduces gentle sounds that mimic nature, soft wind, distant water, or low, consistent tones. These create auditory stillness, giving the mind a stable background so it doesn't seek danger in silence. The final layer is symbolic. The energy of the room should reflect your values. Minimalism, not emptiness. Cleanliness, not rigidity. Calm, not suppression. A small plant, a simple piece of art, a meaningful quote. Objects should guide the mind toward virtue and presence, not distraction. When your bedroom aligns with Stoic principles, it becomes more than a sleeping space. It becomes an anchor for your entire emotional system, a sanctuary where the mind unravels, the body softens, and the soul recalibrates. The room itself becomes a partner in your nightly restoration, supporting you, grounding you, and preparing you for a deeper, steadier descent into rest. As your environment begins to reflect the clarity you've cultivated within, another familiar challenge rises, the kind that often visits in the quietest moments. You know the feeling. The room is calm, the body is still, the lights are low, yet the mind decides to stir. Thoughts appear, concerns wander in. Questions you never asked during the day suddenly demand attention. This is nighttime anxiety, the mind's attempt to understand life when everything else finally stops moving. But instead of treating this anxiety as an enemy, the Stoic path offers a radical shift, transforming nighttime anxiety into philosophical curiosity. Nighttime anxiety doesn't arise because something is wrong. It arises because this is the first moment the mind has had space to speak without interruption. During the day, noise and activity drown out deeper questions, but at night, the silence highlights what has been ignored. Most people respond with fear, trying to suppress these thoughts, yet suppression only feeds anxiety. The Stoics took a different approach, turning fear into inquiry, discomfort into discovery, questions into insight. The first step in this transformation is shifting your relationship with the anxious thought. Instead of tightening around it, you soften. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening?" you ask, "What is this showing me?" This subtle shift moves you from panic to perspective. Anxiety becomes less of a threat and more of an internal message waiting to be understood. Philosophical curiosity means approaching your thoughts with interest rather than dread. Nighttime anxiety often magnifies concerns, but curiosity shrinks that magnification. Where fear asks, "What if this destroys me?" Curiosity asks, "What can I learn from this?" The mind relaxes because curiosity removes the pressure to solve anything immediately. It invites exploration, not urgency. Another layer of this practice is tracing the emotion to its root. Anxiety is rarely about the surface-level thought. It is often a reaction to a deeper fear, fear of loss, failure, judgment, rejection, uncertainty. When curiosity replaces avoidance, you begin seeing the underlying layer clearly. This awareness dismantles the emotional charge because you stop fighting shadows and start seeing the real shape beneath them. The Stoics believed that anxiety comes not from circumstances, but from assumptions about them. Curiosity helps you examine those assumptions with honesty. Instead of believing the anxious thought, you question its foundation. Is this true? Is this certain? Is this mine? Does this deserve my energy? These questions don't eliminate anxiety. They rewire it. Anxiety becomes a guide toward philosophical insight rather than a trigger for panic. Another important shift is recognizing that nighttime thoughts often exaggerate because the mind is tired. Instead of treating every thought as urgent or accurate, you approach it with the understanding that fatigue amplifies emotion. Curiosity allows you to observe this amplification without believing the story behind it. You witness the distortion without stepping into it. A deeper part of this practice involves reframing anxiety as a sign of intelligence, not weakness. Anxiety shows that you care, that you're aware, that you are capable of imagining multiple possibilities. The Stoics taught that the mind's ability to anticipate is valuable when shaped by reason. Curiosity channels this ability productively. Instead of spiraling into fear, you explore your thoughts the way a philosopher examines a question, calmly, attentively, without self-judgment. Nighttime curiosity also invites introspection rather than reaction. When an anxious thought appears and you meet it with openness, it begins to unravel on its own. You discover that many fears dissolve when seen clearly. Others reveal needs you've neglected. Some show values you hold deeply. Anxiety becomes information rather than torment. With enough practice, the subconscious begins to shift. Instead of bracing for fear at night, the mind starts expecting reflection. Instead of spiraling, it begins presenting thoughts in ways you can explore without distress. Sleep becomes easier because you no longer fear your own mind. You meet your inner world with the same steadiness the Stoics brought to their greatest challenges. The final layer of transforming nighttime anxiety into philosophical curiosity is gratitude for awareness itself. The fact that thoughts arise means your mind is alive, active, searching. Curiosity turns this restlessness into a doorway, an invitation to understand yourself more deeply. Where fear creates walls, curiosity opens paths, and through those paths, your night becomes not a battlefield, but a landscape of quiet insight where anxiety loses its form and becomes something softer, clearer, and far more manageable. In this way, nighttime thoughts no longer disrupt your rest. They deepen your wisdom. As your relationship with nighttime thoughts transforms from fear into insight, another layer of the Stoic path begins to reveal itself, one that lives not in your thoughts or emotions, but in the very sensations of your body. The Stoics understood that perception shapes experience, and that the senses, when left unmanaged, can amplify agitation without you even realizing it. A restless mind often begins as a restless sensory system. And so, as the night approaches, the next practice unfolds. Stoic sensory calibration before bed. Sensory calibration is the art of guiding your senses back into balance, so they stop feeding unnecessary stimulation to the mind. It's not about shutting the senses down, it's about aligning them with the state you want to enter, calm, grounded, steady. Your senses constantly gather information, even when you're not conscious of it. A slight brightness, a faint noise, an uncomfortable texture, a lingering scent. Each sends subtle signals to your nervous system. When these signals conflict with your desire to rest, your mind remains alert. Stoic sensory calibration removes this friction. The first layer is visual calibration. Light is one of the strongest cues your body responds to. Even minimal brightness can tell your brain it's time to stay awake. Instead of abruptly switching to darkness, you guide your senses into dusk. Lower the lighting slowly. Reduce visual complexity. Let your eyes settle into softer tones. This gradual dimming mirrors nature's transition into night, and your nervous system responds instinctively. Your vision moves from stimulation into stillness. Next is auditory calibration. Many people underestimate how much sound shapes the mind's level of alertness. Even background noise can keep the nervous system in a low-level state of readiness. The Stoic approach isn't about complete silence. Silence can sometimes make the mind louder. It's about steady, predictable sound, a soft hum, a consistent ambient tone, a gentle, non-distracting noise. These create a stable auditory environment that prevents the mind from scanning for threats. The brain relaxes because it has nothing to interpret, nothing to track. Temperature calibration follows naturally. The body sleeps best in a cool environment. Warmth comforts the mind, but excessive heat triggers vigilance because the body must work to regulate itself. Stoic moderation applies here. Not too warm, not too cold, just enough coolness to encourage the body's natural descent into sleep. This subtle shift tells your physiology it is safe to conserve energy rather than spend it. Then comes tactile calibration. Your skin is constantly communicating with your brain. Rough fabrics, tight clothing, or discomfort anywhere on the body forces the mind into problem-solving mode. Stoic tactile calibration means choosing textures that soothe rather than stimulate. Soft, breathable materials, clothing that allows freedom rather than constraint. Bedding that holds your body without pressing against it. Comfort becomes a tool for nervous system regulation rather than indulgence. Olfactory calibration is equally powerful. Scent travels directly to the emotional centers of the brain. A chaotic or overwhelming smell can alert the mind just as quickly as a loud noise. Stoic sensory practice uses simple, natural scents, lavender, chamomile, cedar, clean linen, to anchor the body into calm. Over time, the scent itself becomes a signal for rest, conditioning the subconscious to enter a relaxed state automatically. The final layer is internal sensory calibration, your perception of your own body. Many people enter bed without noticing the subtle internal sensations that keep them alert: tightness in the jaw, tension in the stomach, shallow breaths. Stoic calibration means checking in gently with the physical self. You release the jaw, loosen the shoulders, let the belly soften, allow the breath to slow without control. This inner recalibration communicates directly with the nervous system, telling it that the moment requires no defense, no vigilance, no readiness. When all the senses work together, something profound happens. Your body stops sending mixed signals to the mind. Your environment stops contradicting your intention. The senses align into a unified message. It is safe to rest. It is time to descend. The mind, receiving this steady stream of calm cues, naturally follows. Stoic sensory calibration becomes a nightly ritual of harmonizing your inner and outer world. A way to prepare the mind not through force, but through balanced perception. A way to create the conditions in which stillness becomes effortless and sleep becomes the natural destination rather than a struggle. As your senses settle into harmony and your body aligns with the quiet rhythm of night, another subtle truth begins to form beneath your awareness. One that reveals itself only when you stop fighting sleep and begin drifting into it. It's the recognition that dreams, no matter how vivid, emotional or convincing, always fade. They dissolve upon waking, leaving only fragments behind. This simple reality holds a profound lesson, one that the Stoics understood deeply. All things are impermanent. And the night offers the most intimate, relatable metaphor for this truth: dream impermanence. The philosophy of dream impermanence teaches you to hold your inner experiences lightly, not because they don't matter, but because their nature is temporary. Dreams feel real while you're in them. They stir emotions. They trigger memories. They create entire worlds in seconds. Yet the moment consciousness rises, they disappear like mist under sunlight. The Stoics saw this as a reflection of life itself. Events, emotions, challenges, joys, losses. They feel absolute in the moment, yet they pass. The first layer of this practice is recognizing that emotional experiences are just like dreams. When you're inside an emotion, fear, sadness, anger, it seems permanent. But like dreams, emotions are states, not identities. They move through you, but they do not define you. Night becomes a rehearsal for this understanding. You watch your dreams appear, engage your feelings, and evaporate without your control. This trains the subconscious to release emotional grip during the day as well. Another layer is learning not to cling to mental imagery, whether pleasant or disturbing. Dreams remind you that the mind creates stories constantly. Some are beautiful, some are strange, some are unsettling, yet none remain. This teaches emotional balance, not through suppression, but through perspective. When you truly grasp the impermanence of dreams, you stop clinging to pleasant experiences as if they must last forever, and you stop fearing painful ones as if they will never end. The Stoics believed that suffering grows when you demand permanence from a world built on change. Dream impermanence shows you this principle every single night. No matter how intense the dream, it fades. No matter how meaningful it feels while dreaming, it dissolves. The mind wakes, resets, and begins again. This realization slowly retrains your emotional responses. You begin to approach life with a lighter grip. Less obsession, less fear, less attachment. Another powerful teaching comes from the unpredictability of dreams. You never know what will arise, and yet you endure it. Some dreams frighten you, yet you wake safe. Some dreams delight you, yet they vanish. This unpredictability mirrors the uncertainty of life, and each night, without knowing it, you practice navigating a world you cannot control. When you internalize this, waking uncertainty becomes less intimidating. You've already rehearsed. Dreams also teach you about the impermanence of identity. In dreams, you switch roles, settings, emotions. The self becomes fluid, shifting. This fluidity shows that identity is not a fixed object, but a process. You are adaptable. You can move through inner worlds without losing yourself. This prepares you to handle change in waking life with more resilience and less fear. A deeper layer emerges when you reflect on how quickly dreams lose emotional weight upon waking. Terrifying scenarios fade into irrelevance. Emotional intensity evaporates. This demonstrates a crucial Stoic insight. Emotions gain or lose power depending on how tightly you hold them. When you let experiences pass through you without resistance, their intensity dissolves faster. When you cling, rehearse, or fear them, they linger. Dream impermanence becomes a nightly tutor in letting go. This philosophy also encourages compassion toward yourself. Many people judge themselves harshly for nighttime fears, strange dreams, or emotional responses. But dream impermanence shows that the mind simply expresses whatever needs movement. There is nothing wrong with the content of your dreams. They are temporary expressions of deeper processes. When you stop judging, the emotional system relaxes, even in waking life. The final insight is this: if dreams, with all their vividness and intensity, dissolve effortlessly, then perhaps waking emotional storms can be treated with similar gentleness, not ignored, not suppressed, just held lightly, just allowed to pass, just seen as temporary expressions rather than permanent truths. In this way, dream impermanence becomes more than a concept. It becomes a lived philosophy, a nightly reminder that all things rise and fall, that nothing requires gripping, and that peace often comes not from controlling the mind, but from understanding its ever-changing nature. As the truth of dream impermanence settles into your awareness, dissolving the illusion of permanence and softening the grip of emotional attachment, another pattern begins to reveal itself, one woven quietly into your daily life, yet carried heavily into the night. It is the habit of emotional consumption, not consumption of food, but of stimulation, worry, conflict, validation, comparison, information, distractions that fill the mind until it is too crowded to rest. These subtle habits feed the emotional system long past the moment you intend to sleep, keeping the mind active even when the body is exhausted. The Stoics understood this deeply, and their solution was both simple and profound. Sleep fasting, releasing emotional consumption habits before bed. Sleep fasting is not about depriving yourself. It is about clearing space. It is the practice of letting the mind go unfed by unnecessary stimulation, so the emotional body can quiet itself. Just as the gut needs time without food to digest, the mind needs time without input to process, release, and settle. The first layer of this practice begins with recognizing what you consume emotionally throughout the day. Conversations filled with tension, social media scrolling, worrying, planning, arguing, comparing, replaying. These are all forms of mental intake. When you carry them into the night, the subconscious is forced to continue digesting them long after the conscious mind wants rest. Sleep fasting interrupts this cycle by reducing the emotional eating that happens before bedtime. The next step is creating a buffer, the emotional equivalent of giving your mind time to slow down after a long day. Instead of filling the final hours with stimulation, you gently reduce what you feed your emotional system. This might mean stepping away from screens earlier, avoiding heated conversations late at night, limiting exposure to news or conflict, or simply choosing quiet over input. This buffer allows emotional digestion to begin while you're still awake, sparing your dreams from carrying the entire workload. Another layer of Stoic sleep fasting involves letting go of the need for constant mental activity. Many people fear quiet because it forces them to face their inner world, so they fill every empty moment with noise. But nighttime demands emptiness, space, silence. When you allow yourself to stop consuming information, entertainment, emotional stimulation, you create room for the nervous system to unwind. The body hears the message, no more input is needed, rest is safe now. A powerful element of this practice is reducing your dependence on emotional highs. Many people unknowingly chase stimulation, checking messages, revisiting memories, fantasizing about the future, replaying arguments. These micro-bursts of emotional excitement keep the body's adrenaline subtly activated. Sleep fasting means noticing these cravings without indulging them. When the urge arises to check something, think something, revisit something, you gently decline. You let the urge pass without feeding it. This alone retrains the emotional brain. It learns that nighttime is not a place for seeking stimulation, but for releasing it. Over time, the subconscious stops craving emotional input after dark. This dramatically reduces nighttime anxiety, intrusive thoughts, and emotional restlessness. The Stoics also practiced a form of internal restraint, choosing what to engage with rather than reacting to everything that pulls their attention. In the context of sleep fasting, this means resisting the temptation to overthink. When a thought tries to pull you into planning, worrying, analyzing, or fantasizing, You treat it the way you treat unnecessary food during a fast. You allow it to pass without consuming it. This non-engagement prevents emotional overload from carrying into dreams. Another transformative layer is recognizing that emotional consumption often comes from discomfort with stillness. When stillness feels unfamiliar, the mind seeks stimulation to avoid it. Sleep fasting becomes a training ground for learning how to rest inside your own presence. You discover that stillness is not empty, it is nourishing, it is spacious, it is healing. As you practice emotional restraint before bed, your dreams become lighter. The subconscious has less debris to sort through. The emotional system rests instead of metabolizing leftover stress. You wake feeling clearer, more centered, and less drained. The final insight of Stoic sleep fasting is this: rest is not something you get, it is something you prepare for. When you stop consuming emotional noise and begin fasting from the habits that overstimulate your mind, you create a fertile inner space where sleep can unfold naturally, deeply, and peacefully. In this way, sleep fasting becomes not a restriction, but a liberation, a freeing of the mind from the weight of everything it does not need to carry into the night. As the mind learns to release the weight of emotional consumption, and the night becomes a space of intentional stillness rather than stimulation, a deeper transformation begins, one that unfolds quietly, cycle by cycle, without your conscious direction. While you sleep, your brain is not idle. It is sorting, integrating, reorganizing. And within this natural process lies one of the most powerful tools the Stoics would have embraced had they known the science: the building of resilient emotional memory through sleep cycles. Resilient emotional memory is the capacity to remember experiences without being ruled by them. It's the ability to recall pain without collapsing into it, to remember mistakes without shame, and to carry lessons forward without dragging the emotional charge behind them. This type of memory is not formed through willpower. It's built through the rhythms of sleep, through the alternating shifts of REM and deep sleep, through the quiet rewiring that happens when consciousness lets go. The first layer of this process begins in deep sleep. During this stage, the brain clears out unnecessary emotional residue, softening the intensity attached to certain memories. What once felt sharp becomes blunt. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable. Deep sleep weakens the emotional sting of past experiences without erasing the experiences themselves. This is the biological foundation of Stoic detachment, feeling less controlled by the past while still understanding it. As sleep cycles into REM, something different happens. REM sleep strengthens the narrative memory, the factual understanding of what happened, while separating it from excessive emotional activation. In other words, sleep helps you remember the lesson, but not relive the pain. This distinction is the essence of resilience. It allows you to carry wisdom without carrying wounds. Another transformative layer of emotional memory building happens when the brain revisits unresolved feelings in subtle symbolic forms. These appear as dream fragments, emotional tones, or vague impressions, rather than literal scenarios. When the subconscious replays these emotions in a safe, dreamlike environment, it gradually desensitizes you. The emotional system becomes less reactive because it has practiced processing the feelings without real-world consequences. This is the dream version of exposure therapy, gentle, natural, and guided by the brain's own rhythms. Stoic philosophy taught that events do not disturb you, your interpretations do. Sleep assists this teaching by reorganizing the emotional meaning attached to experiences. If the day delivered stress, conflict, or disappointment, sleep cycles help reframe these experiences, filing them away in more balanced categories. Your waking self then meets these memories with steadiness rather than agitation. The next piece of this process is consolidation. During sleep, the brain decides what is worth keeping and what can be discarded. Emotional memories tied to your growth, values, and identity are strengthened. Memories tied to fear, driven distortions or exaggerated reactions are weakened. This selective strengthening builds emotional resilience because it amplifies what makes you wiser and gently dissolves what makes you unstable. Another important element is the recalibration of the amygdala, the brain's emotional alarm system. Studies show that after a full night's sleep, the amygdala responds with greater moderation. It becomes less jumpy, less reactive, less prone to overinterpretation. This shift mirrors Stoic training, reacting less emotionally and more rationally to life's challenges. Sleep literally trains your emotional reflexes. But resilience is not built only from reducing emotional intensity. It is also built through the strengthening of positive emotional memory. Sleep enhances your ability to store moments of pride, joy, connection, or progress. Experiences that build your inner foundation. These memories become emotional buffers, helping you face future challenges with greater steadiness, because your mind remembers that you are capable. There is also a subtle restructuring that happens when the prefrontal cortex, the rational, reflective part of the brain, restores itself through rest. This region becomes stronger and more capable of regulating emotional responses the next day. In essence, every sleep cycle refuels your ability to think clearly and to remain composed under pressure. Over time, this nightly reorganization shapes a new emotional identity. You become someone who can feel without falling, remember without hurting, reflect without spiraling. Emotional resilience stops being an ideal and becomes a biological reality, not forced, not strained, simply cultivated through consistent rest. And perhaps the most Stoic truth woven into this process is this. Sleep teaches you that healing is gradual. You don't need to fix everything in one night. You don't need to force clarity or closure. You simply need to allow your mind the space to do what it is designed to do. Restore balance quietly, cycle by cycle, so that each morning you rise slightly stronger, slightly clearer, slightly more grounded than the night before. As your emotional memory strengthens through the quiet work of your sleep cycles and your inner world becomes more resilient with each night's restoration, another subtle layer comes into focus, one that forms the bridge between your waking mind and the deep inner stillness you're cultivating. Before you can descend into the kind of restorative rest the Stoics would call soul aligning, you must free yourself from the one weight people carry unconsciously every night. The judgments of the day, the stories you told about yourself, the interpretations you placed on others, the conclusions you drew in moments of stress or fatigue. These judgments cling to the mind like static, and if they are not released, they follow you into meditation, into sleep, and into your dreams. This is where the next practice begins, the releasing of the day's judgments in the first 10 minutes of meditation. Judgment is the mind's attempt to make sense of the world quickly. It labels, it categorizes, it reacts. Throughout the day, you judge your performance, others' actions, your worth, your progress, your mistakes, your future. By nighttime, these judgments pile up into a heavy emotional charge that lives beneath your thoughts. They whisper, they echo, they tighten the nervous system. Meditation becomes difficult, not because silence is uncomfortable, but because judgment is still running in the background. The first 10 minutes of meditation are the gateway to dissolving this. Not by forcing calm, but by recognizing and releasing the judgments one by one as they rise. The first layer of this practice is awareness. You begin by noticing what judgments from the day still cling to you. Maybe you judged yourself harshly for not doing enough. Maybe you judged someone else's tone. Maybe you judged a situation as worse than it truly was. These judgments feel like truths, but they are simply interpretations. The Stoics taught that when you confuse judgments with facts, suffering grows. The first step is acknowledging the difference. Next comes soft recognition. You don't suppress the judgments. You don't argue with them. You simply name them gently. Here is a judgment about myself. Here is a judgment about someone else. Here is a judgment about the day. By labeling them, you create distance. The mind loosens its grip because judgments lose their power when exposed to awareness rather than emotion. A deeper layer of releasing comes through contextual understanding. Every judgment formed during the day came from a mind under pressure, hungry, tired, stressed, overstimulated, or reacting quickly. The Stoics understood that most harsh interpretations arise not from truth, but from conditions. By recognizing the context in which a judgment formed, you naturally soften its authority. It becomes clear that the judgment reflects a moment, not reality. Another powerful step is shifting from judgment to observation. Instead of thinking, "I failed," you transition to, "This is what happened." Instead of, "They disrespected me," you shift to, "There was tension." Instead of, "The day went badly," you shift to, "There were challenges." Observation is not denial, it is clarity. And clarity dissolves emotional charge far more effectively than forced positivity. As you continue, you detach from the emotional consequences tied to the judgments, the guilt, the tension, the frustration, the shame. When a judgment appears, you meet it with neutrality. This is just a thought. The nervous system relaxes because the mind is no longer creating internal conflict. This is the Stoic approach to emotional mastery, not fighting thoughts, but removing the importance you assign to them. Another layer involves forgiveness, one of the softest yet most transformative Stoic principles. You forgive yourself for misinterpreting. You forgive others for being human. You forgive the day for not meeting your expectations. Forgiveness is not agreement, it is release. It unhooks the emotional anchors that keep judgments attached to you. Finally, you close the 10 minutes with a reset of perspective. You remind yourself that judgments are temporary, subjective, and often inaccurate. What matters is not how the mind reacted in moments of stress, but how you return to yourself now, in this quiet space where clarity becomes possible. By releasing the day's judgments, you enter meditation without mental distortion, without emotional residue, without self-condemnation. The mind becomes clean. The breath softens. The inner world quiets. And sleep no longer must compete with the weight of your interpretations. In these first 10 minutes, you give yourself permission to let the day end, not just on the clock, but inside you. As the weight of the day's judgments loosens and the mind returns to a neutral, steady inner posture, the body begins to open itself to a deeper level of regulation, one that bridges the conscious mind and the emotional brain. This bridge is breath. Long before modern science confirmed it, the Stoics understood that the breath is not simply a physical function, it is a lever of emotional control. When the breath is chaotic, the mind becomes chaotic. When the breath is shallow, the nervous system interprets danger. When the breath is steady, the emotional landscape stabilizes. This is where the next practice emerges: Stoic breath ratios for emotional control. Stoic breathing is not about dramatic techniques or forceful manipulation. It's about aligning the breath with the emotional outcome you need. Different ratios create different internal states, and when used intentionally before sleep, they can regulate the emotional system in ways thought alone cannot. The breath becomes a form of philosophy, simple, embodied, immediate. The first layer of this practice is understanding that exhalation controls the nervous system far more than inhalation. In the Stoic view, exhale-dominant breathing mirrors the act of letting go, releasing tension, judgments, desires, attachment, fear. When your exhale is longer than your inhale, the parasympathetic system activates. Heart rate drops. Muscles soften. Emotional charge dissolves. This ratio becomes a powerful tool when anxiety, restlessness, or residual stress from the day tries to follow you into sleep. A gentle example is a 4-to-6 ratio. Inhale for 4 counts, exhale for 6. This small shift tells your body you are safe. It slows down the limbic system, quiets survival instincts, and signals the brain to enter restoration mode. This is not performance breathing, it is surrender breathing. The next layer involves ratios that create emotional steadiness. When the breath is even, inhale and exhale of equal length, the body enters a state of balance. This neutrality is profoundly Stoic. It reflects the philosophy of meeting the moment without exaggeration, without shrinking from it or rushing into it. A simple 5-to-5 ratio calms the mental swings that often appear at night. Replaying conversations, forecasting outcomes, or magnifying small concerns, equal breath teaches the emotional system to stop tilting. Another powerful ratio mirrors the Stoic practice of pause, the space between stimulus and response where wisdom lives. Adding a short hold after the inhale creates calm alertness. Adding a short hold after the exhale creates deeper grounding. A 4-to-2 to 4-to-2 pattern, inhale, hold, exhale, hold, trains the nervous system to tolerate stillness without panic. This ratio is especially useful when emotions feel unpredictable or overwhelming. The pauses signal that nothing needs to happen right now. No reaction, no solving, no resistance. A deeper layer of this practice involves lengthening the exhale progressively. The longer the exhale becomes, the more emotional release occurs. A 4-to-8 ratio doubles this effect, making the outbreath a complete nervous system reset. The body interprets long exhalations as a sign that you are out of danger, which stops the adrenals from releasing more stress hormones. This ratio is particularly effective for individuals who carry tension into the night from habits of overthinking or hypervigilance. Stoic breath ratios also help reshape emotional memory. When you pair a calm breath pattern with the presence of difficult emotions, worry, sadness, anger, the subconscious begins associating those emotions with safety rather than alarm. Over time, the emotional system becomes less reactive. This is not suppression, it's reconditioning. Breath becomes the anchor that teaches the brain a new meaning for emotional activation. Another crucial part of Stoic breathing is the discipline of not rushing. Rushed breath reflects a rushed mind. Slow breath invites slow thought. When the breath lengthens naturally, the inner world follows. Thoughts become less sticky. Feelings become less sharp. The breath models the pace you want your emotions to take. Unhurried, steady, grounded. The final piece of this practice is using the breath to mark a turning point in your night. When you intentionally choose a ratio, you send a message to your mind. The day is complete. This is the beginning of rest. That internal shift is one of the most powerful signals the emotional system can receive. The breath becomes both boundary and balm, closing the door on waking concerns and opening the door to sleep. Through Stoic breath ratios, emotional control becomes accessible without force, without pressure, without complexity. You guide the nervous system gently, wisely, and consistently into the state required for deep, restorative rest. As your breath settles into a calm, intentional rhythm, and your inner world begins to follow its steady pace, another deeper layer of work becomes possible. one that addresses the subtle distortions the mind creates when emotions run high. These distortions are rarely noticed during the day because you move too quickly to question them. But at night, when the world grows silent, they reveal themselves as exaggerated fears, assumptions, or conclusions that slip quietly into your thoughts. This is where the next Stoic practice unfolds: dialectical night meditation to dissolve emotional distortions. Dialectical meditation is the art of gently questioning the mind, not to attack it, not to suppress it, but to guide it back toward clarity. The Stoics believed that suffering often comes from the interpretations you attach to events, not the events themselves. In the dark, the mind tends to magnify. A small concern grows large. A mild uncertainty becomes catastrophic. A passing thought becomes a prediction. Dialectical night meditation dissolves these distortions by offering the mind a calm, balanced conversation with itself. The first layer of this practice is noticing the distortion without believing it. When a thought appears, "I'm failing, this won't work out, I ruined everything, tomorrow will be terrible," you pause. You let the thought exist without trusting its authority. This pause interrupts the emotional momentum and gives you space to respond with clarity rather than fear. The next layer is inquiry. You ask a simple question the Stoics used often: is this actually true? Not emotionally true, objectively true. Most nighttime distortions lose their strength when they face this question. The mind realizes that the thought was not a fact, but an assumption powered by fatigue or emotion. This recognition alone weakens the emotional charge. Another essential part of dialectical meditation is offering the mind a second perspective. If the original thought feels heavy, you gently counter it with a grounded alternative, not forced positivity, just balance. Instead of "everything is going wrong," you offer "some things are challenging, but many things are okay." Instead of "I can't handle tomorrow," you offer "I've handled every day so far." This balanced framing mirrors the Stoic principle of measured reasoning, seeing both sides instead of collapsing into the emotional one. A deeper layer involves identifying the distortion type. Stoic reasoning aligns closely with modern cognitive understanding. The mind exaggerates, personalizes, predicts, generalizes. At night, these distortions often slip by unnoticed. By identifying the pattern, catastrophizing, mind-reading, fortune-telling, you separate your identity from the distortion you recognize. This is a pattern, not reality. The nervous system relaxes because the mind stops treating the distortion as a threat. Another transformative aspect is using compassion instead of criticism. Many people confront their distortions harshly, which only increases internal tension. The Stoic approach is gentle. You meet the thought with kindness. You understand that the distortion is your mind's attempt to protect you. Instead of fighting it, you soothe it with reason. When the inner dialogue softens, the emotional body follows, releasing tension and preparing you for rest. Dialectical night meditation also involves replacing urgency with patience. Emotional distortions often carry a sense of immediacy. This must be solved now. But the night is not a place for solving. It is a place for settling. When a thought insists on urgency, you respond with the truth. This can wait until the morning. The subconscious accepts this boundary, allowing the emotional activation to fade. Another powerful layer is grounding the mind in what you actually know. Emotional distortions thrive on uncertainty. They fill the gaps with fear. Dialectical meditation closes those gaps by returning to what is real, what is present, what is verifiable. I don't know how tomorrow will unfold, and that's okay right now. I am safe. Right now, I am resting. This return to certainty regulates the nervous system instantly. The final part of this practice is settling into a state of neutrality. You release the need for answers. You release the need to resolve. You release the need to understand every sensation or thought. You allow the mind to rest in not knowing without fear. This neutrality dissolves emotional distortion at its root, because distortions rely on emotional engagement. When you disengage gently, the distortion collapses. Through dialectical night meditation, the mind becomes clearer, the emotions become steadier, and the night becomes less of a place for rumination and more of a space for restoration. By engaging in this quiet inner dialogue, you dissolve the illusions that once heightened your anxiety and replace them with clarity, balance, and truth, guiding your entire system into a deeper and more peaceful descent into sleep. As the mind learns to question its distortions with calm clarity and the emotional storms of the night begin to lose their force, another subtle shift becomes possible, one that reaches deeper than thought and steadier than reason. Once fear softens and the mind stops creating imagined threats, what often remains beneath the surface is a quiet ache, a sense of emptiness, heaviness, or despair that sometimes settles into the late hours. It is not loud. It does not scream. It simply lingers in the background, coloring the night with a sense of heaviness. But the Stoics understood something profound. Despair is not defeated by force or denial. It is dissolved by gratitude. And at night, when the heart is open and unguarded, gratitude becomes a powerful weapon against despair. Nocturnal gratitude is not the loud, energetic gratitude preached in daylight. It is not a list of things you should be thankful for. It is a quiet, intimate recognition of what remains steady and meaningful in your life. Even in moments when everything feels uncertain, it is the kind of gratitude that does not deny your pain, but stands beside it, reminding you that despair is not the whole story. The first layer of this practice is acknowledging the presence of despair without fearing it. Despair grows in darkness because it convinces you that nothing is working, nothing will change, and nothing matters. Gratitude interrupts this illusion by offering proof, real, visible proof, of things that still hold value, support, or meaning. Even a single small truth can pierce through despair's fog. Nocturnal gratitude begins softly. You shift your attention from what feels empty to what is quietly sustaining you. Not grand achievements, not dramatic blessings, the simplest things, the breath moving through your chest, the beat of your heart, a safe place to rest, a moment of stillness, a lesson learned today, a person who cares, a memory that warms you, a chance to begin again tomorrow. Gratitude in this form becomes an anchor, one that keeps you from drifting into emotional darkness. Another layer of this practice is recognizing that gratitude does not erase suffering. It gives suffering context. When you acknowledge both pain and goodness at the same time, despair loses its absolute power. The Stoics believed that the human heart needs reminders of its own resilience, and nothing does this more effectively than noticing small sources of stability in moments of vulnerability. Gratitude illuminates what despair tries to hide. A deeper layer emerges when gratitude is directed inward. Many people practice gratitude outwardly, toward events, people, or circumstances, but they forget to include themselves. Nocturnal gratitude asks you to recognize the strength you've shown, the pain you've endured, the lessons you've carried, the growth you've earned. When you acknowledge your own perseverance, despair no longer feels stronger than you. The mind begins to trust itself again. Another powerful aspect of nighttime gratitude is its ability to shift emotional chemistry. Fear activates the nervous system. Gratitude soothes it. Despair constricts the mind. Gratitude expands it. Even a single moment of genuine appreciation can change the body's physiological state. lowering tension, deepening breath, releasing stress hormones, and quietly inviting rest. Gratitude becomes more than a mindset. It becomes a biological intervention. This practice also reframes your relationship with the unknown. Despair often grows from the belief that the future is empty or hopeless. Gratitude challenges this by showing you that even now, in this moment, life holds meaning. If meaning exists here, it can exist tomorrow. If goodness exists here, it can multiply. Gratitude plants a seed of possibility in soil that despair insisted was barren. Another important layer is remembering that gratitude is not dependent on perfect circumstances. In fact, gratitude practiced in difficulty becomes stronger, more genuine, more transformative. The Stoics believed that one moment of appreciation in hardship is worth more than 100 moments in comfort. Nighttime gratitude teaches the subconscious to search for value rather than danger, for meaning rather than emptiness. The final phase of this practice is letting gratitude settle into your emotional body, not as a thought, but as a feeling. A quiet warmth in the chest, a sense of being held, a softening of inner resistance. When gratitude is felt rather than forced, despair cannot maintain its dominance. It fades, not because you fought it, but because you illuminated the space around it. Through nocturnal gratitude, despair loses its shape and becomes something smaller, gentler, less convincing. What remains is a heart that remembers there is still goodness here, still worth here, still life here. And in that remembrance, the night becomes less heavy and far more healing. As gratitude settles into your chest like a quiet glow and the heaviness of the night begins to lift, something subtle changes inside you. The emotional storms that once felt sharp now move more softly. The mind, no longer overwhelmed by distortion or despair, begins to regain its balance. In this steadier state, a new possibility appears, one that the Stoics relied on to shape their character and strengthen their inner resilience, mentally rehearsing emotional equanimity before sleep. Equanimity is the ability to remain steady in the face of shifting circumstances, neither pulled into panic nor pushed into numbness. It's not detachment from life, but presence without turbulence. And while most people hope emotional balance will appear automatically in moments of stress, the truth is that equanimity is trained, practiced, rehearsed, especially in the moments before sleep, when the mind is open, receptive, and impressionable. The first layer of this practice is recognizing that emotional equanimity is not a personality trait. It's a skill, one that can be strengthened through intentional mental rehearsal. Just as athletes rehearse movements and musicians rehearse patterns, you rehearse emotional responses. You gently invite your mind into the version of yourself that meets life with steady clarity rather than reaction. You begin by recalling a moment from the day when your emotions were stirred, an argument, a worry, a disappointment, a self-judgment. But instead of replaying it with tension, you replay it with equanimity. You imagine responding with calm. You see yourself pausing instead of reacting. You feel your breath steadying. You observe the situation without collapsing into it. This is not escapism. It's training neural pathways to respond differently next time. A deeper layer of this practice involves not only rehearsing external scenarios, but also internal ones. You rehearse meeting your own emotions with steadiness. You picture yourself staying grounded as worry arises. You picture yourself breathing gently through irritation. You picture yourself offering patience when sadness surfaces. This mental rehearsal teaches your subconscious that you are capable of meeting your inner storms with balance instead of fear. Another important part of this practice is sensing equanimity in your body, not just imagining it in your mind. Equanimity has a physical signature: relaxed shoulders, steady breath, unclenched jaw, open chest, soft gaze. When you rehearse these physical cues at night, the body remembers them. And when the body remembers, the mind follows. Emotions begin arising in a calmer internal environment, reducing their intensity before they fully unfold. The Stoics understood that emotional equanimity is not the absence of feeling, but the presence of clarity. Nighttime mental rehearsal becomes the bridge between emotional awareness and emotional skill. By practicing equanimity in the safety of your mind, you reduce the emotional surprise that normally leads to overreaction. Your nervous system becomes less startled by discomfort because it has already experienced a calm model of how to respond. Another transformative element of this practice is rehearsing equanimity toward uncertainty. Instead of imagining worst-case scenarios, you imagine yourself meeting uncertainty with steady acceptance. You rehearse being calm when you don't know the outcome. You rehearse being grounded when things don't go your way. You rehearse being balanced even when answers are unclear. This shifts the emotional meaning of uncertainty from threat to manageable. A deeper layer emerges when you mentally rehearse equanimity in relationships. You imagine responding with patience instead of defensiveness. You imagine listening rather than reacting. You imagine expressing your needs calmly instead of suppressing or exploding. These rehearsals quietly reshape your internal blueprint for communication, creating emotional habits that support stability and connection. This practice also strengthens your identity. When you repeatedly rehearse equanimity, you begin to see yourself as someone capable of it. You internalize the image of a calm, steady, grounded version of yourself. And identity shapes behavior. The more clearly you see yourself as balanced, the more naturally your actions align with that vision. The final layer of mentally rehearsing equanimity is releasing the need to be perfect. You are not rehearsing flawless emotional control. You are rehearsing presence. You are rehearsing steadiness. You are rehearsing the return to center after being pulled off balance. This is emotional mastery in the Stoic sense, not rigidity, but recovery. When practiced at night, this rehearsal becomes a quiet imprint on the subconscious. It strengthens emotional pathways that will guide you tomorrow, next week, and beyond. You fall asleep preparing not for a perfect life, but for a resilient one where you meet each moment with a steady mind and an open heart. As equanimity begins to take root inside you, slowly, quietly, like a steady flame growing stronger in the dark, another truth reveals itself. All of these practices, all of this inner work, all of this softening and clearing and reshaping, they point towards something larger, something the Stoics built their entire philosophy upon: 4 pillars, 4 guiding forces, 4 qualities that shape not only how you move through the world, but how you understand yourself: wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. These virtues were not abstract ideals to the Stoics. They were living skills, ways of being, paths of inner alignment. And night, with its stillness and its openness, becomes one of the most powerful times to strengthen them. This is where the final practice unfolds, using sleep to fortify the 4 cardinal virtues. Unlike daytime reflection, nighttime cultivation is subtle. It works beneath language and logic, shaping habits and emotional patterns from the inside out. When the mind relaxes and the ego softens, the deeper layers of character become accessible. Sleep becomes both a mirror and a furnace, revealing what needs to be strengthened and shaping it quietly through dreams, emotional release, and subconscious integration. The first virtue, wisdom, grows through reflection. In the moments before sleep, when the mind is calm and receptive, you revisit the day with clarity rather than judgment. You notice what you learned, where you acted with understanding, and where you drifted from insight. This gentle awareness trains the subconscious to recognize truth more quickly and to adjust your perceptions without forcing it. Wisdom becomes a nightly refinement, a steady sharpening of your inner lens. The second virtue, courage, strengthens through emotional processing during sleep. When you allow yourself to face dreams rather than flee them, when you meet your deeper fears with presence rather than panic, the emotional brain learns resilience. Each time you encounter discomfort in a dream and remain composed, or awaken and reflect on it calmly, you reinforce the belief that you can handle what rises within you. Courage is not built by eliminating fear, but by proving to yourself that fear does not control you. Nighttime becomes your quiet training ground. The third virtue, temperance, deepens through the peaceful slowing of the nervous system. Sleep teaches moderation on a biological level. You release overstimulation. You step back from emotional excess. You regulate the impulses and cravings that pull you off-center during the day. By practicing restraint in the hours before sleep, limiting emotional consumption, slowing your breath, reducing reactivity, you carve a habit of balance that carries into waking life. Temperance becomes the natural rhythm of your inner world. The fourth virtue, justice, strengthens in the heart's quiet openness. Justice, in the Stoic sense, is not about punishment. It is about harmony, compassion, fairness, and the recognition of shared humanity. At night, when the noise of ego fades, you see your relationships with more clarity. You feel empathy more easily. You reflect on your interactions without defensiveness. The subconscious integrates these insights, helping you wake with more patience, more understanding, and more grounded moral clarity. Night becomes the place where your heart remembers what matters most. But the true power of strengthening the virtues through sleep lies in how they interact. Wisdom without courage is hesitant. Courage without temperance is reckless. Temperance without justice becomes isolation. Justice without wisdom loses direction. When sleep touches all four, they begin to reinforce each other. You think with greater clarity. You act with greater steadiness. You speak with greater compassion. You rest with greater purpose. Another profound layer is how dreams themselves begin shifting as you cultivate these virtues. Dreams filled with fear begin to soften when courage strengthens. Dreams of confusion become clearer when wisdom grows. Dreams of excess or indulgence fade when temperance settles into the body. Dreams of conflict begin transforming when justice takes root in the heart. Night becomes a silent teacher, reshaping emotional patterns that daytime awareness cannot reach. And when you wake, something is different. Not dramatic, not loud, but unmistakable. You feel more aligned, more centered, more grounded. The virtues begin expressing themselves through small choices, through how you speak, how you react, how you breathe when tension rises. This is Stoic transformation, not as a performance, but as a lived reality. Using sleep to strengthen the four cardinal virtues is not about perfection. It is about direction. Each night becomes a quiet return to your deepest self, a subtle recalibration of your values, a reinforcement of the foundation that carries you through every challenge, conversation, and moment of uncertainty. In this way, the virtues become more than philosophical concepts. They become the architecture of your emotional world, the very structure that allows you to rest deeply, rise steadily, and move through life with clarity, strength, restraint, and compassion. As the four virtues settle into the deeper layers of your being and the night becomes a quiet forge for resilience, something subtle begins to happen inside your dreams. The emotional material you once avoided, suppressed, or pushed aside starts surfacing in symbolic forms. Not to frighten you, not to overwhelm you, but to be processed, to be released, to be understood. This is the mind's natural attempt to heal itself, but without guidance, dream experiences can feel chaotic or unsettling. The Stoics, however, offer a different way to meet this inner landscape, one that turns dreams into a powerful tool for emotional healing. This is where the next practice unfolds: dream exposure therapy through Stoic acceptance. Dream exposure therapy is not about controlling what you dream. It's about changing your relationship to whatever arises. Dreams often present the very emotions you suppress during the day: fear, shame, rejection, vulnerability, loss. They use symbols to bring you into contact with what your waking mind avoids. This is not punishment. It's the subconscious giving you a safe arena to feel what needs to be released. Stoic acceptance meets these experiences with willingness instead of resistance. The first layer of this practice is understanding that dreams exaggerate for a reason. The mind uses symbolism because raw emotions are easier to face indirectly. A faceless figure may represent fear. A collapsing structure may represent instability. Being chased may represent avoidance. Instead of treating these symbols as threats, you view them as emotional metaphors. This shift alone reduces fear because it removes the illusion that the dream is literal. Another layer of dream exposure therapy is allowing the feeling to unfold without fighting it. Most distress in dreams comes not from the content, but from resistance. When you instinctively pull away, the emotional intensity increases. Acceptance softens this. When you allow the emotion to pass through without labeling it as danger, the dream loses its grip. The Stoics taught that suffering intensifies when you add judgment to pain. Removing judgment removes the emotional escalation. As you practice this acceptance, your subconscious begins processing emotional material more smoothly. Fear becomes familiar, not catastrophic. Shame becomes a signal, not a verdict. Sadness becomes movement, not stagnation. When the emotional system learns that feelings can pass without harming you, the intensity of similar dreams decreases over time. This is exposure therapy happening inside your sleep. Gentle, natural, and deeply effective. Another important part of this practice is waking reflection. After a difficult dream, the usual reaction is confusion or discomfort. But Stoic acceptance invites you to meet the dream with curiosity. What was my mind trying to show me? What emotion appeared that I haven't processed yet? What part of me is asking for understanding? This calm reflection prevents the subconscious from storing the dream as trauma. Instead, it stores it as processed material, something you have faced and integrated. A deeper layer involves strengthening your inner posture inside the dream itself. You don't need full lucidity to apply this. Even a small moment of awareness, recognizing that you're in a dream or sensing that the danger is symbolic, allows you to soften your reaction. You don't need to fight, run, or escape. You simply allow. This small act rewires emotional pathways, teaching your mind that you can face intensity without collapsing. Over time, this creates a profound shift. The subconscious stops presenting exaggerated emotional scenarios because they no longer serve a purpose. You have shown willingness. You have shown capacity. You have shown steadiness. When the mind trusts you to face your inner world, the emotional material begins resolving during sleep rather than repeating. Dream exposure therapy through Stoic acceptance also strengthens your waking resilience. When you learn to stay steady inside symbolic emotional storms, your capacity to meet real-life stress expands. You begin approaching waking fears with the same calm acceptance you practice in dreams. The result is a quieter nervous system, a clearer emotional baseline, and a deeper sense of internal mastery. The final gift of this practice is liberation. Your dreams no longer feel like random chaos or psychological punishment. They become teachers, guiding you toward emotional freedom one night at a time. By accepting what arises instead of resisting it, you transform the dream world from a battlefield into a sanctuary of healing. As your dreams begin transforming from emotional battlegrounds into spaces of quiet healing, another deeper layer of Stoic practice becomes available, one that reaches beyond personal emotion and taps into the very structure of inner order. The Stoics believed the universe was guided by a rational, organizing force they called logos, a calm, steady principle beneath all chaos. And at night, when your mind is no longer distracted by the noise of daily life, you can connect to this sense of inner order through visualization. Not fantasy, not escape, but a quiet alignment with the deeper logic beneath your thoughts. This is where the next practice unfolds. Nighttime emotional neutralization through visualization of logos. Logos, in this context, is not an external deity or abstract philosophy. It is the internal sense of coherence that exists beneath emotional turbulence, the part of you that remains untouched by panic, disappointment, fear, or confusion. While your emotional mind fluctuates, logos remains steady. Night provides a rare opportunity to shift your awareness from the surface waves of emotion to the deeper, calmer foundation beneath them. The first layer of this practice is recognizing that emotional intensity is often a surface-level phenomenon. Feelings rise quickly and temporarily, but beneath them is a quieter, more stable awareness. Visualizing logos helps you shift from the state of being inside the emotion to the state of observing the emotion from a place of inner order. This shift alone neutralizes emotional charge because it stops the mind from fusing with the feeling. You begin by sensing the presence of a deeper internal structure, a quiet underlying logic guiding your thoughts. This isn't forced or imagined as a picture. It's simply the recognition of an inner steadiness. Maybe it feels like a gentle warmth. Maybe it feels like open space. Maybe it feels like calm clarity. This subtle feeling becomes your anchor. As you rest into this anchor, emotional neutrality begins emerging naturally. You're not pushing the emotion away. You're allowing it to exist without dominance. Logos serves as a mental backdrop against which all emotions appear and disappear. They move across it, but they never alter it. This mindset softens fear, reduces reactivity, and prevents the mind from exaggerating the significance of the feeling. Another layer of this practice involves mentally placing your emotions within a larger structure. When distress feels overwhelming, the mind zooms in, magnifying the intensity. Through logos visualization, you mentally zoom out. You see the emotion as one small part of a much larger system, temporary, passing, and contained. The wider the perspective, the smaller the emotional grip becomes. This is not detachment from life, it is clarity about proportion. A deeper aspect emerges when you visualize emotional flows as part of a natural process. Just as weather shifts across a landscape, emotions shift across your inner world. When you see them as natural movements rather than personal failures, judgment dissolves. Emotional neutrality grows not from coldness, but from understanding. Logos is the reminder that everything follows patterns, not chaos, not randomness, but movement with reason behind it. Another powerful part of this practice is aligning your breath with internal order. When you breathe slowly while visualizing logos, your nervous system begins syncing with the calm, rational energy you're focusing on. The breath becomes a bridge between emotional turbulence and inner structure. Each exhale reinforces stability. Each inhale softens resistance. Over time, this creates a physiological imprint. Your body learns neutrality through repetition. This visualization also helps dissolve emotional overstimulation accumulated throughout the day. Instead of carrying unresolved feelings into sleep, you place them within the larger framework of logos. You acknowledge them as experiences, not identities. You recognize the meaning behind them without letting them define your night. The mind interprets this shift as resolution, allowing it to release the emotional tension rather than store it. As this practice deepens, thoughts lose their urgency. Emotional spikes lose their authority. The mind stops making catastrophic interpretations because it is anchored to something wiser and steadier than emotion. You begin to trust that inner order more than the noise of the moment. The result is a state of neutrality, not numbness, but balance, not suppression, but alignment. The final layer is allowing logos to become the emotional baseline you fall asleep into. When your last thoughts align with calm structure rather than chaotic feeling, the subconscious organizes your dreams and emotions accordingly. Your inner world becomes quieter, clearer, and more centered. You drift into sleep, not pushed by emotion, but guided by reason, clarity, and a sense of inner harmony that carries through the entire night. As your awareness begins tuning itself to the quiet order beneath emotional turbulence, something deeper becomes possible, something that only reveals itself when the mind has softened enough to let go of rigid identification. You start to notice that painful emotions, no matter how overwhelming, follow a pattern. They rise, they peak, they fade. Yet the suffering they create often comes not from the emotion itself, but from your belief that you are the emotion, that anger is you, that sadness is you, that fear is you. When in truth, these states are simply visitors passing through your inner space. This is where the next layer unfolds, disidentifying from painful emotions through astral detachment imagery. Astral detachment imagery is not mystical, it is psychological. It uses symbolic distance to help you experience your emotions as events, not identity. The Stoics did this without modern language. They observed thoughts and feelings as if they belonged to someone else, or as if they were external phenomena. At night, when the mind is naturally more imaginative and less rigid, this technique gains immense power. The first layer of this practice begins with recognizing the tight fusion between emotion and self. When you feel overwhelmed, it's easy to think, "I am anxious, I am broken, I am failing." This identification amplifies the emotional load. But if you shift your inner language to "anxiety is present, sadness is arising, fear is moving through me," a subtle but powerful separation forms. You are the witness, not the storm. Astral detachment imagery strengthens this separation by giving the mind a symbolic visual to hold on to. Instead of drowning in the feeling, you mentally place the emotion outside of your physical body. You visualize it not as part of you, but near you, floating above you, beside you, or drifting in a wider space. It is present, but it is not fused with your being. The moment the mind perceives distance, the emotional charge begins to dissolve. Another layer involves giving the emotion a gentle, non-threatening form, something abstract, not literal. Perhaps the pain becomes a swirling mist. Perhaps the fear becomes a dim light hovering above your chest. Perhaps sadness becomes a soft cloud drifting just beyond your reach. By transforming the emotion into imagery rather than identity, you shift from being the emotion to observing it. As you hold this imagery, something important happens. The body relaxes. Painful emotions create physical tension when the mind interprets them as threats. But when the emotion becomes a visualized object, floating separately from you, the nervous system receives a different message. It no longer prepares for danger. Muscles loosen. Breath deepens. The emotional intensity decreases because the emotion is no longer interpreted as a personal crisis. A deeper layer emerges when you allow the imagery to move naturally. Emotions change shape when you stop controlling them. The mist may thin, the cloud may drift farther away, the dim light may soften. You're not forcing the emotion to disappear, you're allowing it to exist in a symbolic space where it can evolve freely. This gives your subconscious permission to process the feeling rather than suppress it. Another powerful aspect is recognizing that the observer within you remains steady, regardless of the emotion's shape. The pain may shift, expand, or contract, but the awareness watching it stays constant. This inner observer is the Stoic self, the rational, grounded core untouched by emotional turbulence. When you sense this stable part of you, disidentification becomes natural. The emotion loses authority because your identity is anchored beyond it. This practice also neutralizes the ego's tendency to personalize pain. Instead of thinking, "Why am I like this?" the mind shifts to, "This experience is happening within my field of awareness." This removes shame, self-blame, and judgment. Pain becomes something you navigate, not something you are. Finally, as the imagery settles, you allow the emotion to drift into the wider astral space of your visualization, distant enough to observe, close enough to understand, no longer fused with your identity. You remain grounded, calm, steady, aware, while the emotional form floats in its own gentle orbit. And as it drifts, your inner world becomes spacious. The emotion shrinks back into proportion. You reclaim your sense of self. Through astral detachment imagery, painful emotions lose the power to define you. You stop becoming the feeling and start witnessing it. Calmly, clearly, compassionately. The night becomes less of a place where emotions overwhelm you, and more of a place where you learn, gently and steadily, to rise above them without resisting them. As painful emotions begin losing their grip, and you learn to witness them from a place of gentle distance rather than identification, something even more expansive becomes available, something that dissolves heaviness not through effort, but through perspective. When the inner world feels tight, the emotional self contracts. It becomes small, enclosed, trapped inside its own narrow frame. But the Stoics understood a secret escape hatch from this emotional confinement. Widen the frame, shift the scale, step back far enough that the problem shrinks naturally. Night, with its vast quiet, offers the perfect moment to practice this. This is where the next layer unfolds, the Stoic emotional reset through celestial perspective. Celestial perspective is the act of lifting your awareness above the cramped space of your worries and seeing your life from a higher viewpoint, one that mirrors the scale of the sky, the stars, the cosmos itself. It's not fantasy, it's psychological expansion. When your perspective widens, emotional pressure loosens. What felt enormous becomes manageable. What felt suffocating becomes small in the presence of something vast and enduring. The first layer of this practice begins with recognizing how emotional distress narrows perception. When you feel overwhelmed, the mind zooms in. Only the problem exists. Only the feeling matters. Only the fear feels real. This narrowing intensifies suffering. Celestial perspective loosens that tight focus by placing your experience within a much larger map, not to invalidate your pain, but to pull it out of the mental tunnel where it grows distorted. You start by mentally lifting your awareness beyond the four walls of your room. You picture your life not as a closed space, but as part of a wider landscape. Without using forceful imagery, you sense the scale expanding. Your concerns exist, yes, but they exist within something bigger. This shift already lowers emotional charge because the mind stops treating the feeling as the entire universe. A deeper layer appears when you connect your emotional experience to time. Celestial perspective includes the truth of impermanence. Stars burn for millions of years, galaxies evolve, seasons change. Meanwhile, the emotion you're feeling now, no matter how intense, is temporary. It will not last in its current form. It cannot. When you recognize this truth, the nervous system relaxes. Not because the problem is solved, but because the mind sees the feeling in context rather than isolation. Another important layer involves stepping back far enough to view yourself with compassion. When you look at your life from a higher vantage point, you see a human being trying, learning, stumbling, growing. You see someone who has endured storms, survived moments they thought would break them, and continued anyway. Celestial perspective replaces self-criticism with tenderness. You see not your failures, but your journey. Celestial perspective also dissolves emotional urgency. Under the sky, inside the vastness of existence, the mind stops insisting that every problem must be solved now. You begin to sense that life is unfolding in ways larger than your current worry. This removes the feeling of being cornered by emotion. There is space, there is time, there is room to breathe. Another layer comes from recognizing shared humanity. When you mentally lift your awareness toward the scale of the cosmos, you remember that billions of people have faced fears, heartbreak, confusion, failure, and pain, and found a way through. Not one emotional experience you've had is unique in its structure. This does not diminish your experience. It normalizes it. It removes the shame that often deepens suffering. You are not alone in your struggle. You never were. As you deepen into this perspective, emotional heaviness softens because the mind no longer misinterprets the feeling as all-encompassing. You see it as one moment in a long, complex, meaningful existence. Even your mistakes appear differently. They become small points on a massive canvas rather than defining events. Another subtle effect of celestial perspective is humility, not the kind that demeans you, but the kind that places your life within a beautiful, interconnected whole. Your fears, once magnified by closeness, diminish when seen from above. They return to their proper size. You stop carrying them as burdens and start viewing them as passing weather. The final layer of this practice is emotional recalibration. Once the mind enters this expanded state, it naturally resets its emotional intensity, not through suppression, but through proportion. You fall asleep with a heart that feels lighter because its load has been placed into a larger, more spacious frame. Problems shrink. Hope grows. Clarity returns. Through celestial perspective, night becomes a place where your emotional world breathes again, where heaviness dissolves not through force, but through the simple reminder that you are part of something vast, enduring, and far bigger than the moment that troubles you. As your awareness expands into the vastness of celestial perspective and the emotional storms shrink back into proportion, something deeper and more physical begins to reveal itself beneath your thoughts, beneath your interpretations, beneath every rise and fall of emotion. There is a system quietly working to keep you alive, the autonomous nervous system. Most people move through life without ever realizing how profoundly this system shapes their inner experience. It decides when you feel safe, when you feel threatened, when your breath tightens, when your muscles brace, when your heart races, and when your body finally allows itself to rest. The Stoics understood this instinctively. Stillness was not just a virtue to them, it was a form of nervous system training. And at night, when the world is quiet and the internal landscape is more accessible, Stoic stillness becomes a powerful tool for reshaping your emotional physiology. This is where the next practice emerges. Autonomous nervous system training through Stoic stillness. The first layer of this practice is recognizing that the nervous system responds more to your state than to your thoughts. You can think calming thoughts while your body remains tense. You can tell yourself you're safe while your breath stays shallow. The Stoics taught that reason must be paired with embodied stillness. When the body slows, the mind follows. When the breath deepens, emotions soften. Stillness becomes a signal, one your nervous system cannot ignore. You begin this training not by forcing the body to become motionless, but by removing unnecessary movement. Every small fidget, every restless shift, every subtle clench communicates to your nervous system that something is unresolved. Bringing awareness to these micro-movements and releasing them teaches the body a new pattern, safety through stillness. When the body stops searching for threats, the nervous system shifts out of defensive mode. A deeper layer comes from softening internal resistance. Stillness is not rigid. It is not stiff. It is a gentle unwinding of effort, letting the shoulders drop, letting the jaw loosen, letting the belly expand. The body's natural state, when unguarded, is soft. When you return to this softness, the parasympathetic system activates automatically. Heart rate slows, muscles release, emotional intensity drops. This is not relaxation as luxury, it is restoration as biology. Another powerful aspect of Stoic stillness is its ability to interrupt cycles of reactivity. When the nervous system becomes dysregulated, it reacts automatically, tightening the chest, speeding the breath, sharpening alertness. Stillness breaks that loop. It does not stop emotion, but it prevents the body from escalating it. This creates a physical pause similar to the Stoic mental pause, the space between stimulus and response. In that space, the nervous system learns a different reaction, calm instead of panic. Stoic stillness also trains the vagus nerve, the communication pathway between brain and body. When you remain still while experiencing emotion, not suppressing it, but allowing it to move through you, the vagus nerve receives a message of resilience. It learns that discomfort does not equal danger. Over time, this strengthens your vagal tone, meaning your nervous system recovers from stress more quickly and reacts to triggers with less intensity. Another layer involves aligning stillness with breath. When the breath slows, the body receives signals of safety. When the body remains still, the breath deepens naturally. These two systems begin to entrain each other, forming a loop of calm. This loop becomes a physiological skill. With practice, your body can activate calm on command, not through thought, but through trained response. This training also changes your relationship with emotion itself. When you remain still while feeling something uncomfortable, you teach your nervous system that you are capable of holding intensity without collapsing. This builds emotional endurance. You stop fearing emotions because your body learns that you can experience them without losing control. This is Stoic resilience, not the absence of feeling, but the presence of stability. A deeper dimension appears when stillness becomes paired with awareness. Stoic stillness is not passive. It is alert, steady, rooted. You become aware of your inner environment without reacting to it. This state activates the prefrontal cortex, strengthening your ability to regulate emotions. Over time, the nervous system becomes less reactive because it trusts your awareness to guide it. This practice also creates autonomic balance. Most people live in chronic sympathetic activation, slightly tense, slightly hurried, slightly guarded. Nighttime Stoic stillness allows the parasympathetic system to take over, healing the daily wear and tear. Blood pressure lowers, digestion improves, sleep deepens, the entire body recalibrates. The final layer is integration. When you practice Stoic stillness consistently at night, the nervous system carries that pattern into the day. You react slower. You recover faster. You face challenges with a grounded presence. Emotional waves feel smaller. Stress loses its grip. Stillness becomes not just a moment, but a trait, an inner sanctuary that stays with you no matter what the world demands. Through autonomous nervous system training, Stoic stillness becomes more than a practice. It becomes a rewiring of your emotional physiology, teaching your body, breath, and mind to move together in quiet harmony, guiding you toward deeper rest and unshakable resilience. As your body learns to settle into Stoic stillness and your nervous system begins responding with quiet trust instead of reflexive tension, another truth becomes unmistakable, one that sits beneath every struggle to fall asleep. The more you try to force sleep, the farther it drifts. The harder you chase rest, the more alert your mind becomes, and the more you fear being awake, the longer wakefulness stays. This is not failure. This is biology. This is psychology. And the Stoics understood this dynamic long before sleep science gave it a name. The next step in your night journey is not effort, but surrender, the virtue of allowing sleep instead of forcing it. Surrender is often misunderstood. Many people equate it with giving up or losing control. But in the Stoic sense, surrender is the most powerful form of wisdom, recognizing what cannot be forced and releasing the struggle that prevents its arrival. Sleep is one of those things. You cannot will yourself unconscious. You cannot think your way into rest. All you can do is create the conditions in which sleep happens naturally, and then allow the body to do what it is designed to do. The first layer of this practice is acknowledging that sleep is an involuntary process. It unfolds when the mind steps aside, not when it pushes forward. When you tell yourself, "I must sleep now," the command triggers the same systems responsible for alertness. Tension increases, breath shortens, thoughts accelerate. The nervous system interprets urgency as danger. Surrender removes that urgency. When you stop demanding sleep, the sympathetic activation fades and the parasympathetic system rises. This is the biological doorway into rest. A deeper layer involves releasing the fear of being awake. Much of nighttime anxiety comes from the belief that wakefulness is harmful or catastrophic, but wakefulness in the dark has no power over you unless you fight it. The Stoics taught that suffering comes from resistance, not circumstance. When you stop resisting wakefulness, the emotional charge dissolves. The body stops feeling threatened. The mind stops spiraling. Wakefulness becomes simply a moment, neutral, temporary, unimportant, and paradoxically, this acceptance invites sleep far faster than pressure ever could. Another powerful part of surrender is reframing the purpose of the night. Many people approach sleep as a performance, something they need to achieve or measure. But sleep is not a task. It is a natural settling of the system. The moment you shift from "I must sleep" to "I will rest," the body softens. Rest requires no outcome, no timeline, just presence. And rest is the gateway to sleep. A deeper dimension of surrender involves letting go of the clock. Watching the time fuels urgency. Every glance becomes a judgment. Too late, too little, too long. The clock turns sleep into a race you're losing. The Stoics would call this an unnecessary attachment, giving power to something outside your control. When you release time from your awareness, the pressure collapses. The night becomes timeless, quiet, open. In this openness, sleep arrives without being summoned. Another layer is surrendering the mind's need to solve insomnia. When you turn sleep into a problem to fix, the mind becomes active, analytical, restless. Surrender means trusting that your body knows what to do. It has slept thousands of times without your intervention. Even on restless nights, your biology will eventually pull you into sleep. Trust is not passive, it is restorative. It tells the nervous system that vigilance is unnecessary. The Stoic virtue of surrender also involves letting go of emotional narratives tied to sleeplessness. Many people say, "I can't sleep because I'm anxious," or "I always fail at sleeping." These narratives create identity-based tension. Surrender replaces the story with presence. Right now, I am simply here. This simple shift removes layers of self-blame and expectation, clearing space for calm. A subtle but transformative layer emerges when you surrender control of your thoughts. You don't have to stop thinking. You don't have to silence the mind. You simply let thoughts drift without engaging them. When you no longer try to control the mind's content, the mental agitation fades. Thought becomes background noise instead of a barrier. Finally, surrender allows you to meet the moment with softness rather than resistance. You rest into your body. You release effort. You allow your awareness to drift without direction. The nervous system, sensing no threat, gently guides you into the drifting boundary between wake and sleep. This descent cannot be forced, it must be allowed. Through surrender, the night becomes a place of effortless rest. You stop wrestling with sleep and begin trusting the quiet intelligence of your own body, and in that trust, sleep arrives, gently, naturally, inevitably. As the virtue of surrender begins to settle into your body, loosening the last remnants of resistance and calming the reflex to fight the night, another essential truth rises quietly beneath the surface, long before you fall asleep, long before dreams begin their work, long before the nervous system drifts into restoration. Your emotional state sets the tone for everything that follows. The mind doesn't simply switch off. It carries its momentum forward. Whatever emotional vibration you hold in the last minutes before sleep becomes the foundation your subconscious builds upon throughout the night. And this is why the next practice holds such power: resetting your emotional baseline through pre-sleep silence. Silence is not the absence of sound. It is the absence of inner noise. It is the moment when you stop feeding your emotional system, stop responding to inner stories, stop fueling mental motion. Silence is the neutral ground where the emotional body returns to its natural baseline, and when you enter sleep from this neutral point instead of from stress, fear, worry, irritation, or sadness, you create a completely different emotional landscape for the night. The first layer of this practice is recognizing how much emotional residue accumulates in the final hour before bed. Conversations, notifications, memories, unfinished tasks, self-criticism, overthinking, all of it lingers. Most people carry this residue straight into sleep, and the night becomes a continuation of the chaos. Pre-sleep silence interrupts this pattern by halting emotional acceleration. Instead of ending the day in a rush, you end it in a clearing. This silence is not forced. You're not trying to block thoughts or suppress feelings. You are simply removing stimulation. You stop adding more. You stop engaging with the mind. You let the inner waters settle the way a lake settles when the wind stops blowing. Silence becomes the space where emotional sediment drifts downward and clarity returns. A deeper layer involves letting the breath guide the silence. When breath softens, the mind follows. When breath slows, thoughts lose urgency. The emotional system takes cues from the body. Pre-sleep silence is supported by gentle, unhurried breathing. Long exhalations that tell the nervous system there is nothing to defend against now. This shifts your emotional baseline from reactive to receptive. Another transformative aspect is allowing internal chatter to run out of momentum. When you stop engaging with thoughts, stop arguing with them, agreeing with them, analyzing them, they lose energy. Silence is not the disappearance of thought. It is the collapse of its importance. Thoughts float by, feelings drift. Nothing sticks because you are no longer attaching meaning. The emotional baseline resets automatically when you stop fueling mental content. A deeper dimension emerges when you stop narrating your experience. Most emotional heaviness is maintained not by the feeling itself, but by the story woven around it. Pre-sleep silence asks you to drop the story, even if the feeling remains. Without narration, emotions begin to regress to their natural size. A worry becomes a sensation. Tension becomes a breath pattern. Sadness becomes weight in the chest rather than a doom-filled prediction. Silence returns emotions to their raw, manageable form. Another important layer is recognizing that silence is not passive. It is intentional detachment. You're not waiting for sleep. You're not waiting for peace. You're simply choosing not to add more weight to the moment. This removes emotional urgency, which is the primary barrier to rest. The body interprets urgency as threat. Silence removes the threat signal entirely. With practice, pre-sleep silence becomes a conditioned cue. The subconscious learns that silence equals safety, and safety equals rest. Over time, the emotional baseline resets faster. The nervous system drops deeper. Sleep arrives more smoothly. Dreams become less reactive, less frantic, less noisy. Silence also creates a separation between the day and the night. Without silence, the two bleed together. With silence, the day ends internally, not just externally. This boundary is essential for emotional reset. It tells the mind, whatever came before is done. Nothing more is required. A surprising result emerges when silence becomes consistent. Your waking emotional baseline improves as well. When you end each night in stillness, your mornings begin with stability. The emotional system stops accumulating layers of unresolved tension. You wake clearer, less reactive, less burdened. The final gift of pre-sleep silence is its honesty. In silence, the real state of your heart reveals itself, not amplified, not dramatized, not hidden beneath distractions. You meet yourself gently, without pressure. And in this meeting, the emotional baseline resets not by force, but by truth. Through pre-sleep silence, the night becomes a place of emotional renewal. Your inner world resets to neutral before sleep begins, allowing every dream, every breath, every cycle of rest to rebuild you from a place of clarity rather than chaos. As your emotional baseline settles into neutrality and the noise of the day dissolves into quiet stillness, something else begins to rise, softly, subtly, almost imperceptibly. When all the labels fall away, when the mind stops rehearsing your roles, when your responsibilities fade into the background, what remains is not the you the world knows, but a more fluid, undefined version of yourself. And this is where one of the deepest Stoic night practices emerges, practicing amorphous identity before sleep. Most people carry a rigid sense of identity. They cling to who they think they are, who they were told to be, who they used to be, or who they fear they are becoming. These identities become emotional cages. They create pressure. They shape expectations. They trap you inside old narratives. They keep you stuck in roles that may no longer align with your truth. And the emotional weight of these identities follows you into the night unless intentionally released. Amorphous identity is the practice of letting yourself exist without definition for a short time before sleep. Not as the achiever, not as the caretaker, not as the anxious one, not as the strong one, not as the one who must hold everything together. You drop them all. For these minutes you become formless, shifting, open, unbounded. This is not dissociation, it is liberation. It is the untangling of the self from rigid labels so the emotional system can rest without pressure. The first layer of this practice is recognizing how tightly you cling to identity. Even when you relax, your mind may whisper reminders. You need to be better tomorrow. You shouldn't have said that earlier. You're the one who must fix everything. These identity-based thoughts tighten the nervous system and keep you in a state of subtle vigilance. Pre-sleep amorphous identity interrupts this by loosening your grip on who you think you must be. You begin by silently acknowledging your roles, responsibilities, and self-perceptions, then gently setting them aside. You don't deny them, you don't reject them. You simply tell the mind, "For now, I am none of these things." The nervous system receives this as permission to release the tension associated with each role. A deeper layer arises when you allow yourself to feel like a shifting presence rather than a fixed person. You sense yourself as awareness, not identity, as experience, not narrative. The edges of you soften. The mind stops categorizing. The emotional system stops defending. In this amorphous state, you are no longer the character in your life story. You are the consciousness watching it. Another powerful aspect of this practice involves releasing the internal pressure to maintain your identity. Many people go to sleep holding the weight of how they were perceived that day, what they said, how they acted, how they were judged. This creates emotional residue that disrupts rest. When you practice amorphous identity, you detach from the need to uphold an image. You enter sleep, unburdened by performance. A deeper dimension appears when you notice how much emotional suffering is tied to identity rigidity. If you believe you must always be strong, vulnerability becomes painful. If you believe you must always succeed, mistakes become unbearable. If you believe you must always be calm, emotion becomes shameful. Amorphous identity dissolves this rigidity by reminding you that no single identity defines you. You are allowed to change, to shift, to grow, to rest. This shift also helps integrate parts of yourself you usually suppress. When identity softens, you stop rejecting your softness, your fears, your uncertainties, your unpolished parts. Everything within you is allowed to exist without judgment. This wholeness is profoundly calming. The mind stops fighting itself. The emotional baseline settles. Another layer involves reconnecting with your essential self, the steady awareness beneath identity. This is the part the Stoics referred to as your ruling mind or inner citadel. When identities fall away, this deeper presence emerges naturally. It is quiet, it is stable, it is untouched by labels, and it is the perfect state from which to fall asleep. As the practice deepens, you may notice a sense of spaciousness, like your inner world expands when you are not confined to being one thing. This spaciousness is restorative. It gives the emotional system room to breathe, room to reorganize, room to release accumulated tension. The final layer of amorphous identity is surrendering to sleep without needing to know who you will be in the morning. You allow tomorrow's version of you to emerge naturally. You do not predefine it. You do not constrain it. You trust the night to reshape you gently. This trust allows the body and mind to enter deeper restorative states. Through amorphous identity, sleep becomes not just rest, but rebirth. You release the rigidity of who you think you are and enter the night as pure awareness, free of labels, free of pressure, free of emotional confinement, and from this place you wake lighter, clearer, and more open to becoming the next version of yourself. As your sense of self loosens and the rigid identities you've carried all day dissolve into something softer, freer, and more spacious, another subtle layer of emotional weight begins to make itself known. One you may not have language for, yet you feel its pressure constantly. These are the invisible expectations that shape your thoughts, your emotions, your choices, and your sense of worth. Expectations you never consciously agreed to. Expectations placed on you by culture, family, society, past versions of yourself, or imagined critics in your mind. Expectations that follow you into bed, tightening your breath and filling your mind with unspoken demands. And this is where the next practice emerges, the Stoic ritual of releasing invisible expectations before sleep. Invisible expectations are the quiet rules you believe you must follow to be enough. They tell you how productive you should have been, how calm you should have acted, how successful you should be by now, how flawless your day should have gone, how much emotional control you should have demonstrated. These expectations operate silently, yet they create profound internal pressure, and they often become the emotional baggage you carry into the night unless you intentionally let them go. The first layer of this ritual is recognizing that these expectations are inherited, not chosen. Some came from childhood, some from past relationships, some from social standards, some from your own mind attempting to protect your self-image. The Stoics taught that much of human suffering comes not from reality, but from the demands we place on ourselves. By acknowledging that these expectations were absorbed unconsciously, you begin loosening their grip. You start the ritual by listing, not on paper, but within yourself, what you silently expected from today. You may feel an internal whisper, "I should have done more. I should have been stronger. I should have been kinder. I should have said the right thing. I should not have felt this way." Each expectation reveals itself like a small knot in your emotional body. The moment you bring awareness to it, the knot begins to release. A deeper layer appears when you gently question the origins of these expectations. Did you choose them, or did they choose you? Did they arise from your authentic values, or from a fear of being judged? When you see that most expectations were built from fear, comparison, perfectionism, or habit, you naturally loosen your emotional attachment to them. The mind recognizes that these demands were never moral obligations. They were internal noise. Another powerful part of this ritual is releasing the expectation of perfect emotional performance. Many people subconsciously believe they should regulate their emotions flawlessly, never become overwhelmed, never lose patience, never feel sadness or fear. These expectations turn natural human experiences into emotional failures. The Stoics taught acceptance of emotion, not perfection of it. When you release the expectation of emotional flawlessness, your nervous system relaxes instantly. You continue the ritual by giving yourself permission to be unfinished. Every day ends with loose ends, unspoken words, unresolved tensions, unmet goals, incomplete tasks. Instead of carrying the expectation to fix everything tonight, you release it. You acknowledge that some things will remain undone and that this is part of being human. The emotional weight dissolves when you accept the incompleteness of life. A deeper dimension of the ritual involves releasing expectations placed on you by others, real or imagined. You let go of the need to meet standards that no longer align with your truth. Expectations shaped by comparison fade when you recognize that every person walks a unique path. The Stoics encouraged focusing on your own inner world, not external approval. As you shift your attention inward, the hold of others' judgments weakens. Another layer emerges when you release expectations around tomorrow. Much nighttime anxiety comes from projecting standards into the future. Tomorrow must be perfect. I must do better. I can't make mistakes again. These expectations create pre-sleep tension. When you release them, tomorrow becomes something you meet with presence, not pressure. A key part of this ritual is forgiveness. You forgive yourself for not meeting expectations you never chose. You forgive yourself for human limitations. You forgive yourself for needing rest. Forgiveness becomes a soft reset of your emotional system. The pressure of invisible expectations melts into compassion. As the ritual deepens, something profound happens. The body relaxes in ways it couldn't before. It no longer braces itself for judgment. The breath deepens, the mind softens, the emotional baseline resets. You feel a spaciousness inside you that didn't exist when expectation was tightening its grip. The final layer is this simple truth. You are allowed to end the day without earning your rest. Sleep is not a reward for perfection. It is a human necessity. When you release invisible expectations, you release the tension between who you are and who you think you must be. And in that release, the night becomes a sanctuary, not a test. Through this Stoic ritual, the emotional weight of unspoken demands dissolves, leaving you free to drift into sleep as your truest self, undefended, unburdened, and finally at peace. As the invisible expectations fall away and the emotional pressure of trying to be enough dissolves into something softer and far more human, the mind enters a vulnerable but fertile space. It is here, right after release, right before sleep, when thoughts tend to slip into old patterns. The mind, suddenly unoccupied, begins searching for something to hold on to, and if left without guidance, it often grabs the nearest fear, the nearest memory, the nearest regret, the nearest what if. This is the moment when emotional spirals form, not because something is wrong, but because the mind is looking for an anchor. And this brings you to the next vital practice. Nighttime cognitive anchoring to defuse emotional spiral. Cognitive anchoring is a gentle but powerful way of giving your mind something stable to hold when it starts drifting toward emotional turbulence. It is not distraction. It is not suppression. It is the art of offering the mind a steady point of focus so it stops slipping into loops that grow heavier the longer they run. The Stoics understood this truth deeply. When the mind spirals, it is not misbehaving, it is unanchored. The first layer of this practice is recognizing the early signs of a spiral. Emotional spirals rarely begin with intensity. They begin with a small, harmless thought, a doubt, a worry, a memory, a prediction. When the mind is tired, this small thought can gain momentum. It picks up emotion, it pulls in assumptions, it recruits old fears. Soon, the thought becomes larger than life. Not because the situation changed, but because the mind had nothing to ground itself to. Cognitive anchoring interrupts this upward momentum at the root. When you sense the first flicker of an emotional spiral, you gently shift your attention to something neutral, steady, and non-reactive. The anchor becomes the frame, and the spiral loses its ability to expand. A deeper layer appears when you choose anchors that align with Stoic principles. Instead of clinging to arbitrary distractions, you anchor to something that stabilizes you philosophically as well as emotionally. For example, you might silently return to a simple phrase that carries Stoic clarity. This is only a thought. Let it pass. I do not need to decide anything now. Nothing must be solved tonight. These anchors strip the spiral of urgency. Urgency is what fuels nighttime overthinking. Remove urgency, and the storm evaporates. Another powerful anchor is the breath. Not dramatic breathing, not forced calm, just awareness of the breath's rhythm. When the mind attaches to breath, thoughts lose their stickiness. The breath becomes a neutral anchor point that doesn't activate emotion. You're not trying to calm yourself. Calm emerges naturally because the mind is focused on something stable. A deeper dimension emerges when you use sensory anchors. These are rooted in the present moment. the weight of your body on the bed, the temperature of the air on your skin, the sound of a quiet hum in the room, the softness of the sheets. These sensory anchors return the mind to the here and now. Emotional spirals thrive on projection into the past, into the future. When you anchor in the present moment, the spiral loses the timeline it requires to grow. Another layer involves anchoring through perspective. When a spiral begins, the mind zooms in, anchoring zooms out. A simple sentence like, "This thought is temporary," widens the frame. You stop treating the spiral as an emergency and begin seeing it as a passing mental wave. Perspective weakens emotional intensity more effectively than reassurance. Cognitive anchoring also works on the subconscious level. Over time, your mind learns that spirals have nowhere to go. They are met with stability, not engagement. The emotional brain adapts. It stops activating full-force responses to small concerns. Your default state becomes steadier. One of the most transformative anchors is internal stillness. Not the stillness of effortful silence, but the stillness that comes from no longer following thought. When the mind senses you will not chase the spiral, it stops creating loops. Stillness absorbs the spiral's momentum until only quiet remains. Another subtle but essential part of anchoring is giving yourself permission to let the mind slow down. Many spirals continue because the mind believes it must keep thinking in order to stay safe. When you remind yourself, safety is not found in thinking right now, the system relaxes. The anchor becomes a psychological permission slip to release vigilance. The final layer of this practice is surrendering into the anchor. You don't cling to it, you rest in it. The anchor is not a shield, it is a landing place. When the mind knows where to land, it no longer falls. It no longer spins, it settles. Through nighttime cognitive anchoring, the emotional spiral loses its doorway into your night. The mind stops gripping fear, stops rehearsing danger, and stops feeding momentum into imagined problems. You drift into sleep held by stability, not swept by thought, grounded, quiet, and free from the loops that once carried you into restless hours. As your mind becomes steadier through cognitive anchoring, and your nights lose the chaotic pull of emotional spirals, something fascinating begins to happen beneath the surface. Quietly, subtly, naturally. Certain themes start appearing in your dreams again and again. A familiar fear, a familiar conflict, a familiar unresolved feeling. Most people interpret these repeated dream patterns as signs that something is wrong, but from a Stoic perspective, they signal something entirely different. Your subconscious is training you, it is strengthening you, it is building emotional immunity through repetition, and this brings us to the next profound practice. Stoic emotional immunity, building through dream repetition. The Stoics believed that exposure to difficulty, handled with steadiness, creates inner strength. What we face repeatedly with calm becomes something we no longer fear. What we see again and again with clarity becomes something that no longer overwhelms us. The mind adopts this principle naturally during sleep. Repeated dream themes are not psychological glitches. They are emotional weights you are lifting in your inner gym. The first layer of this practice is recognizing what dream repetition actually means. When a dream appears more than once, it shows that your mind is attempting to process and neutralize an emotional pattern. It is not trying to traumatize you, it is trying to inoculate you. Repetition reduces sensitivity. Over time, what once triggered intense emotional reaction begins to lose its impact. Your role in this process is not to control the dream. It is to meet it with acceptance. When you acknowledge a repeating dream as a form of inner training, your relationship to it changes. Fear dissolves. Shame fades. Confusion weakens. You begin to see the mind's intention. It is trying to make you stronger than the emotion. A deeper layer emerges through what the Stoics called premeditatio malorum, preparing the mind by encountering difficulty in safe conditions. Repeated dreams provide exactly that, emotional simulations in a protected realm. There are no real consequences, no real danger, only emotional exposure. Each time the dream presents the same theme, a fear of failing, a fear of rejection, a fear of losing control, you become slightly more familiar with it. Familiarity reduces emotional shock. Another powerful dimension of dream repetition is the gradual shift in your dream self's behavior. At first, your reactions may mirror your waking anxieties, running, hiding, panicking, collapsing. But as the subconscious trains itself, your dream self begins responding differently. You pause instead of flee. You speak instead of freeze. You watch instead of panic. These subtle shifts show that emotional immunity is forming at the subconscious level. You are changing without forcing it. The next layer is waking interpretation, not in the sense of decoding symbols, but recognizing growth. Instead of asking, "Why am I still dreaming about this?" you ask, "How did I respond this time?" This reframes the dream from a sign of weakness into a sign of progress. You begin to appreciate how your emotional system is rewiring itself through repetition. Dream repetition also offers the opportunity to practice Stoic acceptance in its purest form. When you stop resisting the dream content, the emotional charge decreases. Acceptance tells the subconscious, "This emotion is allowed." And when an emotion is allowed, it becomes less threatening. Emotional immunity grows when the mind stops fighting what it feels. Another layer involves recognizing that repeated dreams often intensify before they dissolve. This is the emotional equivalent of lifting a heavier weight before gaining strength. The subconscious pushes you slightly beyond your comfort zone so you can grow. But every time you wake from one of these dreams and steady your breath, you send the mind a clear message. I survived, I remained aware. I am stronger than this feeling. This message is how immunity forms. A deeper Stoic insight appears when you understand that emotional immunity is not numbness. It is clarity. It is the ability to feel without drowning, to face without collapsing, to experience emotion without being overtaken by it. Dream repetition trains this resilience in ways waking practice cannot. The emotional brain learns through experience, not theory. As this training continues, repeated dreams begin to soften. The imagery changes. The intensity drops. The emotional tone shifts from fear to neutrality, from urgency to curiosity. The dream may still arise, but it no longer grips you. This is the sign that immunity has taken hold. You have absorbed the lesson. The emotional pattern loses its power because your nervous system no longer interprets it as danger. The final layer of this practice is integration. You wake from the dream not shaken, but steady, not overwhelmed, but observant, not fragile, but strengthened. You begin trusting your inner resilience at a deeper level. Night becomes not a place of emotional exposure, but a place of emotional conditioning, safe, natural, transformative. Through dream repetition, your emotional system evolves. What once overwhelmed you becomes manageable. What once frightened you becomes familiar. What once defined you becomes something you can observe with calm clarity. This is Stoic emotional immunity, the quiet inner resilience built not through force, but through the subconscious wisdom of your own dreaming mind. As your subconscious strengthens itself through the repetition of old emotional patterns, and you wake each time a little less shaken, a little more grounded, another layer of truth begins to rise. one you can no longer ignore. Emotional exhaustion does not come only from what happens to you. It comes from the story you tell yourself about what happens to you. The story you repeat, the story you reinforce, the story you fall asleep inside every night. This story becomes the emotional lens through which your nervous system tries to rest. And if the story is heavy, the rest never reaches the depth you need. This is where the next practice emerges: healing emotional exhaustion through narrative rewriting before sleep. Narrative rewriting is not delusion. It is not pretending your pain didn't happen. It is the practice of reclaiming authorship of the meaning you assigned to your experiences. The Stoics believed that events are neutral. Interpretation gives them weight. And when interpretation is skewed toward fear, blame, regret, shame, or hopelessness, the emotional body becomes tired in ways sleep alone cannot fix. But night offers a rare opportunity. The mind is softened, the ego is quieted, and the story is malleable. Before sleep, you can reshape the narrative that has been draining your emotional energy. The first layer of this practice begins with acknowledging the current story playing in your mind. Not the facts, your story. Maybe it sounds like, "I keep messing things up," or "no one understands me," or "I'm falling behind," or "everything is becoming too much." These narratives are exhausting not because they are true, but because they are absolute. Final, narrow, they leave no room for growth or nuance. Your nervous system tightens under the weight of such stories. Narrative rewriting starts by gently widening the frame. You do not argue with the story. You simply introduce a more balanced interpretation. Instead of "I failed today," you shift to "I learned something today." Instead of "everyone is disappointed in me," you shift to "some people may not understand, but others care deeply." Instead of "I can't handle this," you shift to "I'm learning to handle this." The reframe is not fake. It is more complete. It gives your emotional system space to breathe. A deeper layer appears when you separate what happened from what you concluded about it. Many emotional stories mix the two. An uncomfortable moment becomes proof that you are unworthy. A mistake becomes evidence of inadequacy. A disagreement becomes a sign of rejection. Before sleep, you gently untangle the event from the meaning you tell yourself, "This happened, and the story I attach to it may not be accurate." This creates emotional distance. The nervous system relaxes because the threat becomes less personal. Another powerful part of this practice is softening the storyline that blames you for being human. Many people carry narratives that make them the villain of their own life. "I should have known better." "It's my fault." "I shouldn't feel this way." These stories exhaust the emotional system because they create internal conflict. Narrative rewriting replaces self-blame with self-understanding. You shift from accusation to compassion. "I reacted because I was tired," or "I felt that because I cared," or "I'm still growing." This rewrites the emotional tone, making rest possible. A deeper dimension emerges when you address future-oriented narratives. Emotional exhaustion often forms from how you predict tomorrow, not tomorrow itself. The mind tells stories like, "Tomorrow will be just as hard," "This will never get better," or "I won't be able to handle what comes." Before sleep, you gently rewrite these into possibilities rather than predictions. Tomorrow is unknown. Things can shift. I've survived every hard day so far. This neutralizes anticipatory stress and reduces nighttime tension. Another layer of this practice involves rewriting the way you see yourself as a character within your own story. Instead of seeing yourself as fragile, failing, or stuck, you rewrite your identity as someone evolving, enduring, learning. The emotional body responds powerfully to identity shifts. When you think of yourself as someone who is growing instead of someone who is breaking, you create psychological safety. And safety is the precursor to deep rest. You also rewrite narratives around relationships, not from fantasy, but from sincerity. Instead of assuming others see you negatively, you acknowledge the possibility that many people hold more compassion toward you than you assume. This softens interpersonal stress and releases emotional tension tied to social fears. The final layer of narrative rewriting is simple but transformative. You end the story, not with a conclusion, but with openness. You tell yourself, "Today is over. The story will continue tomorrow, and I do not need to decide tonight what the meaning will be." This releases the mind from the burden of interpretation. The emotional body stops bracing. The nervous system enters true neutral. Through this gentle rewriting of your internal story, emotional exhaustion begins to lift. Not because the past has changed, but because the meaning has. You fall asleep in a narrative that heals rather than drains you. A story wide enough to hold your pain, your growth, your humanity, and your hope without collapsing into despair. This is the Stoic way of ending the day. Not with judgment, but with spaciousness. Not with a heavy narrative, but with one light enough to let you rest. As the story of your day softens in your hands and emotional exhaustion loosens its grip through the gentle rewriting of meaning, another profound doorway begins to appear. One the Stoics walked through every single night with intention and reverence. A doorway not into fear, but into freedom. Sleep, they believed, is not simply rest. It is a symbolic death, a rehearsal, a daily reminder of impermanence, detachment, and renewal. And when approached consciously, this perspective dissolves emotional heaviness in a way no other practice can. This is where the next layer unfolds, approaching sleep as a daily symbolic death. This practice is not morbid. It is liberating. To the Stoics, symbolic death was the greatest teacher of emotional clarity, because when you allow yourself to die to the day, its worries, its mistakes, its expectations, its pressure, you free the inner world from carrying anything unnecessary into the night. Sleep becomes a return to emptiness, to stillness, to simplicity, a place where nothing is required of you, nothing asked of you, nothing judged about you. The first layer of this practice is acknowledging that sleep is a surrender of consciousness. Every night, the self dissolves. Identity dissolves. Memory goes quiet. Control disappears. You release everything you cling to without choice. You do not hold your relationships. You do not hold your responsibilities. You do not hold your fears. You fall into a state where nothing from the waking world follows you unless you drag it in. When you willingly meet this dissolution, the emotional system feels safe to let go. A deeper layer appears when you see the symbolic nature of this transition. When the day ends, the version of you that lived it also ends, not dramatically, naturally. The person who made mistakes earlier today no longer exists in this moment. The person who felt overwhelmed is not the same person who now lies in the quiet dark. The subconscious understands this truth. It welcomes the release of continuity. When you approach sleep as a symbolic death, you give yourself permission to stop carrying the self-image from the past 14 hours. Another powerful dimension involves releasing attachments as preparation. Before symbolic death, you loosen your hold on everything: achievements, failures, opinions, frictions, hopes, worries. You tell yourself silently, "None of this comes with me into the night." This is not denial. It is a psychological unburdening. You recognize that the emotional weight of today cannot help you in the world of night, and so you set it down. A deeper Stoic insight arises when you contemplate the impermanence embedded within sleep. Every night demonstrates the truth the ego tries to deny. You are not in complete control, and you don't have to be. This loosens the emotional rigidity that forms around fear and hyper-responsibility. The nervous system calms because the pressure to hold everything together becomes irrelevant. In symbolic death, the world continues without your effort. This realization softens anxiety and restores perspective. Another layer of this practice involves gratitude. Not the loud gratitude of lists, but a quiet appreciation for the simple fact that you were alive today, that you had breath, that you moved through experiences, however imperfect, that you learned, struggled, survived. When sleep is viewed as symbolic death, gratitude arises naturally, and gratitude neutralizes emotional heaviness faster than analysis ever could. As you deepen into this practice, symbolic death becomes a psychological closing ritual. You mentally acknowledge, this day is complete. This version of me is complete. Nothing more is required. This clean ending is something most minds never experience. Without it, emotional residue accumulates. But with intentional closure, the mind unclenches, the breath softens, and sleep begins to flow inward. Another profound layer appears when you embrace the freedom symbolic death offers. For a moment, you are free from roles, from timelines, from comparisons, from identity. You are allowed to exist without the weight of being someone. This freedom is deeply restorative. The emotional system rests because the ego rests. This perspective also transforms fear of insomnia. If sleep is symbolic death, then wakefulness is simply the space before rebirth. There is nothing to fight, nothing to fear. You are merely in transition. This takes the emotional charge out of sleeplessness and prevents spiraling. The final layer is the rebirth embedded in waking. When you see sleep as symbolic death, morning becomes symbolic resurrection. You rise renewed, cleansed of the emotional build-up of yesterday. You meet the new day as a new self, not bound to the old storyline, not chained to the previous version of you. Through this practice, sleep becomes sacred, not an escape, but a surrender, not a struggle, but a release. You enter the night not as someone clinging to the day, but as someone letting it end, fully, peacefully, willingly. And in that surrender, emotional freedom begins. As you begin approaching sleep as a symbolic ending to the day, loosening identity, releasing expectations, dissolving pressure, something deeper begins to open beneath the surface. Beyond the drifting thoughts, beyond the emotional processing of dreams, beyond even the threshold of hypnagogic awareness, the night holds a space far quieter and more profound than most people ever consciously experience, a space the Stoics would have revered if they had the language for it. A space where the mind stops speaking, the ego stops constructing, and the emotional system stops rehearsing. This is the territory of deep sleep. And far from being an empty void, deep sleep becomes a training ground for tranquility. The Stoics believed tranquility wasn't the absence of difficulty, it was the presence of stability. A mind so grounded that nothing external could shake it, and nothing internal could overwhelm it. In waking life, this stability can feel hard to cultivate because the mind is constantly reacting. But in deep sleep, your consciousness enters a state of pure neutrality. No narrative, no self-image, no emotional attachment, no fear, no striving. This state becomes a nightly rehearsal of tranquility, a biological and spiritual reset that trains you far more deeply than conscious effort alone. The first layer of this practice is recognizing that deep sleep is the only time your inner world is truly silent, not numb, not suppressed silent. The brain's emotional centers go offline, the ego dissolves, the defensive system rests. The Stoics longed for this inner quiet, a mind unburdened by irrational judgments, and deep sleep gives it to you effortlessly. By honoring deep sleep as a Stoic practice, you begin seeing it not as lost time, but as the purest form of inner clarity your mind experiences each day. A deeper layer appears when you understand how deep sleep influences emotional stability. During these phases, the brain reorganizes emotional circuits, separating memories from emotional charge. This is tranquility in action. Deep sleep removes unnecessary emotional residue from the previous day, dissolves exaggerated reactions, and restores your capacity for rational perspective. This is the subconscious practicing what the Stoics taught consciously, letting go of what does not serve your peace. Another powerful dimension emerges when you prepare your mind to enter deep sleep in a Stoic state. When you approach the night with acceptance rather than tension, with release rather than pressure, with neutrality rather than spiraling thought, you guide your nervous system smoothly into the deep cycles. The easier your descent, the more restorative the deep sleep becomes. Stoic surrender isn't just philosophy, it's physiology. A deeper practice unfolds when you begin seeing deep sleep as a rehearsal for tranquility in waking life. In deep sleep, the mind experiences non-reactivity. It practices non-attachment to thought. It rests in a state of radical calm. And when you awaken, these qualities subtly influence your consciousness. You find yourself reacting slower, thinking clearer, feeling less threatened by emotion, less entangled in narrative, less pulled by fear. The tranquility you practice unconsciously becomes a trait expressed consciously. Another layer of this training comes from trusting the intelligence of deep sleep. Many people fear what the night may bring: restlessness, anxiety, dreams. But deep sleep arrives only when the body feels safe. When you cultivate Stoic calm before bed, you create the psychological environment that allows this state to emerge naturally. Trusting deep sleep is trusting your body's wisdom to restore you without your interference. This is a profound Stoic lesson. Tranquility comes not from forcing, but from allowing. As you continue this practice, you start noticing something subtle. Deep sleep leaves a signature on your waking mind. A softness, a steadiness, a sense of inner space. You find yourself less reactive in the face of stress, because your mind rehearses non-reactivity every night. You find it easier to pause before responding, because your nervous system experiences real rest instead of stored tension. You find it easier to let things go, because deep sleep trains you in the art of release every single night. Another transformative truth emerges. Deep sleep mirrors the Stoic ideal of returning to one's essential nature. In deep sleep, you are not your fears, not your achievements, not your failures, not your memories, not your roles. You are pure being, present, quiet, untouched. The mind returns to its natural state of clarity. When you awaken from this state, you step into the day more fully yourself. The final layer of this practice is reverence, seeing deep sleep as a sacred space, a nightly temple where the mind practices tranquility without words, without effort, without resistance. When you honor deep sleep as Stoic training, you stop treating rest as something passive and start recognizing it as the most powerful form of emotional, mental, and spiritual conditioning you have. Through this lens, deep sleep becomes more than restoration. It becomes transformation. A nightly rehearsal of tranquility that strengthens your inner stability far more deeply than conscious discipline could, preparing you to meet the world with a quiet, unshakable calm. As deep sleep begins shaping your inner world with its quiet, wordless lessons in tranquility, another truth slowly rises to the surface. Something softer, older, and woven into the structure of every emotional struggle you've ever carried: emotional attachments. Not the healthy bonds you form with people you love, but the inner hooks you form with ideas, memories, fears, expectations, and identities you've outgrown. These attachments grip you not because they serve you, but because the mind fears letting go, and so night becomes heavy. Thoughts cling, feelings hold on, sleep feels delayed or shallow or restless. Yet the Stoics knew something powerful. What clings causes suffering. What moves causes freedom. And the most gentle way to help the mind release its grip is this next practice: dissolving emotional attachments through impermanence meditation. Impermanence meditation is not about rejecting the things you care about. It is about loosening the emotional chains tied to things your mind mistakenly believes must stay the same. It is a soft, steady reminder that life moves. Feelings shift, thoughts fade, situations evolve, and every attachment that causes you pain is rooted in the illusion that something should stay fixed. The Stoics saw impermanence not as a threat, but as a teacher, a liberator, a guide toward inner peace. The first layer of this practice is acknowledging how attachments form. The mind clings to what once felt safe: old identities, familiar emotions, predictable routines, past versions of yourself. It clings to what it fears losing: approval, certainty, comfort, control. And it clings even to the negative: old resentments, outdated narratives, long-gone wounds, because familiarity feels safer than change. These attachments become emotional knots. Impermanence meditation loosens them. You begin by holding a simple truth gently in your mind. Everything shifts, not as a threat, but as a natural law. Every feeling you've ever had eventually faded. Every thought you once obsessed over eventually quieted. Every situation you once feared eventually changed. When you sit with this quiet truth before sleep, your attachments begin to soften. You stop gripping emotional states as if they define you. A deeper layer appears when you examine the specific attachments that still drain you. Maybe it's the belief that you must always be strong. Maybe it's the hope that someone from your past will validate you. Maybe it's the fear of losing something you love. Maybe it's an identity you've long outgrown. Instead of wrestling with these attachments, you simply recognize them. Naming them weakens their grip. The emotion loosens because you stop pretending it is invisible. Another powerful dimension emerges when you allow yourself to feel the natural fading of things. You recall a moment of happiness that once felt eternal and recognize it past. You recall a moment of pain that felt unbearable and recognize it past. You recall a fear that once consumed you and recognize it past. Impermanence is not cruel. It is mercy. It means you never stay trapped in any emotional state forever. The next layer involves gently connecting this truth to the attachment that troubles you. You tell yourself, not with force, but with clarity: this too will shift, this tension, this fear, this longing, this story, this weight, this resistance. It is not forever. Nothing has ever lasted unchanged. The moment the mind accepts this even slightly, the emotional system relaxes. There is nothing left to defend. A deeper Stoic insight appears when you see impermanence as liberation, not loss. Attachments feel heavy because the mind believes letting go means losing part of itself. But when you let go, you make space. Space for growth, space for new perspectives, space for peace, space for rest. Impermanence meditation reminds you that change doesn't empty you, it frees you. Another layer of this practice involves releasing the illusion of ownership. The Stoics saw everything as borrowed: moments, opportunities, even the people in our lives. When you approach life this way, emotional clinging turns into appreciation. Instead of grasping, you experience gratitude. Instead of fear, you experience presence. Gratitude, and presence dissolve attachment far more effectively than force. As you deepen into the meditation, you let the truth sink into your emotional body, not just your intellect. You feel the gentle loosening in your chest, the softening of your breath, the slow melting of internal tension. Attachment makes the body rigid, impermanence opens it. The final layer is letting your mind drift into sleep with the quiet understanding that nothing needs to be held tonight. You don't have to cling to who you were today. You don't have to protect old narratives. You don't have to guard your fears. You don't have to grip your emotions. You allow everything to soften, fade, dissolve in its own natural rhythm. Through impermanence meditation, the emotional chains loosen one by one. What once felt permanent becomes fluid. What once felt defining becomes temporary. What once felt heavy becomes movable. And sleep arrives not as an escape, but as a natural continuation of letting go, deep, unburdened, and free. As impermanence softens your emotional grip and the attachments that once weighed you down begin dissolving into something lighter and more breathable, the inner landscape shifts again. What once felt rigid becomes fluid. What once felt permanent becomes temporary. And in this softened inner space, something unexpected begins to emerge, an opening not just for clarity or strength, but for compassion, not sentimental compassion, not forced kindness, but a quiet understanding of the human condition. The Stoics saw compassion not as weakness, but as wisdom, the recognition that all beings struggle, all beings stumble, all beings carry invisible burdens. And one of the most surprising places to strengthen this virtue is through dream play. Dream play is the natural, spontaneous, symbolic way your subconscious explores situations, relationships, emotions, and parts of yourself that remain unresolved during the day. Most people treat dreams as random nonsense or sources of fear, but the Stoic perspective offers something different. Dreams are safe arenas where you can rehearse compassion toward yourself and others without consequence or judgment. This is where the next practice unfolds: Stoic compassion training in dream play. The first layer of this practice is understanding what dream play actually gives you. Dreams are emotional simulations. They allow you to interact with exaggerated versions of your fears, your conflicts, your insecurities, your hopes. When you meet these dream characters, whether versions of yourself or others, with fear or judgment, the emotional system remains tight. But when you meet them with curiosity or compassion, the emotional body reorganizes itself. It learns softness without fragility, strength without harshness. A deeper layer appears when you recognize that every figure in your dreams represents a part of you, even the frightening ones, even the critical ones, even the ones that seem unkind or unpredictable. These dream characters are mirrors of emotions, memories, wounds, or behaviors your waking mind hasn't integrated yet. When you practice compassion toward them, even silently, even subtly, you are practicing compassion toward the parts of yourself you normally reject. Another powerful dimension is noticing your reactions within dreams. At first, your dream self may respond automatically: fear, frustration, avoidance. But over time, and with intention before sleep, your dream self can begin responding differently. When panic arises, you respond with steadiness. When a difficult character approaches, you respond with gentle understanding. When a part of you lashes out, you respond with patience. These moments of dream play rehearse emotional responses that later emerge naturally in waking life. The next layer involves setting a compassionate intention before sleep, not controlling the dream, but priming your emotional posture. A simple inner message like, "Whatever arises tonight, I will meet it gently," creates a subconscious invitation. The dream world becomes a place for soft integration rather than emotional chaos. Your mind begins presenting you with scenarios where compassion, not avoidance, is the solution. As compassion becomes part of your dream posture, the emotional energy within the dream begins to shift. Conflicts become conversations, threats lose shape, harsh characters soften. Even your own inner critic begins appearing less as an enemy and more as a wounded part of you asking to be understood. This shift is not fantasy, it is emotional healing expressed symbolically. A deeper Stoic truth emerges here. Compassion is clarity. When you see another being, whether in dreams or waking life, as someone with their own fears, memories, and unconscious patterns, your emotional intensity decreases. The dream world teaches you this without words. Through symbolic play, you learn to stop personalizing what is not personal. Another layer involves encountering versions of yourself in dreams. Perhaps you meet the younger you, fearful, confused, or hurting. Instead of pushing that version away, you offer understanding. You become your own inner elder, your own inner teacher. The subconscious absorbs this compassion deeply because it is authentic and unforced. Healing occurs not through rewriting the past, but through offering kindness to the parts of yourself that still live inside you. This dream-based compassion also extends to real people in your waking life. Dream play often includes individuals you have conflict with, parents, partners, friends, co-workers. When you encounter them in the dream realm and respond with empathy rather than friction, your emotional relationship to them shifts when you wake. Not because they changed, but because your inner world relating to them did. Another dimension of this practice is recognizing that compassion in dreams is effortless. You do not consciously plan it. You simply set the emotional tone before sleep, and the subconscious carries it into symbolic interactions. Over time, compassion becomes your default emotional baseline rather than a conscious effort. The nervous system adopts this gentler posture automatically. The final layer of Stoic compassion training in dream play is integration upon waking. You acknowledge the moments where compassion appeared. No matter how small, you allow the emotional wisdom of the dream to settle into your waking consciousness. You step into the day with a softer heart, not weakened but strengthened by understanding. Compassion becomes a form of tranquility, a form of inner spaciousness, a form of emotional intelligence that grows quietly each night. Through dream play, compassion stops being an ideal and becomes a lived inner reality, gently reshaping your emotional landscape and deepening your ability to meet yourself and others with steady, grounded humanity. As compassion begins taking root in your dreams, softening edges you once sharpened against yourself and others, another quiet shift begins to unfold, one that the Stoics considered essential for emotional freedom. Compassion doesn't stop with your personal wounds or the symbolic characters that rise from your subconscious. It widens, it expands, it reaches outward into something far larger, the understanding that you are part of a shared human experience, a thread in a vast tapestry of living, breathing souls, each carrying their own struggles, fears, hopes, and hidden battles. And night, with its stillness and distance from the noise of the day, becomes the perfect setting for this next practice, internalizing universal brotherhood through nocturnal reflection. The Stoics believed all humans share a common nature, different lives, different histories, different circumstances, but the same emotional architecture. Everyone knows fear, everyone knows longing, everyone knows loss, confusion, desire, disappointment, hope. When you reflect on this at night, something inside you relaxes. You stop feeling separate. You stop feeling alone. You stop treating your suffering as a personal flaw. Instead, you see it as a human experience. This recognition dissolves shame, softens resentment, and deepens compassion. The first layer of this practice is acknowledging that everyone you encountered today, pleasant or difficult, was acting from their own internal weather. Someone's anger was fear. Someone's distance was exhaustion. Someone's sharp tone was unprocessed pain. Someone's indifference was self-protection. When you reflect on this in the quiet of night, your emotional reactions lose their intensity because you stop interpreting others' behavior as an attack on you. A deeper layer emerges when you consider that the people you struggled with today were dealing with their own invisible battles. Just as you move through moments of confusion or insecurity, so do they. This realization softens the emotional sting of misunderstandings. You stop taking things personally. Your heart opens, not because others deserve it, but because you recognize shared humanity. Another powerful dimension of this practice is noticing how universal your own emotional experiences are. That worry you felt, that fear you carried, that moment of sadness. The Stoics would remind you, millions of people felt something similar today. Not to diminish your pain, but to connect you to something larger. When you realize your emotions are part of the human condition, not a personal defect, the emotional weight lightens. This reflection also deepens acceptance. When you internalize universal brotherhood, you stop expecting perfection from others or from yourself. You understand that even the people who disappointed you are navigating their own challenges. This doesn't excuse behavior, it explains it. And understanding dissolves unnecessary emotional suffering. A deeper layer unfolds when you extend this reflection to strangers, the person you passed on the street, the voice you heard behind you in a shop, the driver who rushed, the child who cried. Every one of them is carrying a story you know nothing about. Nighttime is where you remember that your life intersects briefly with countless others, each living out their own inner dramas. This widens your sense of belonging. Another dimension of this practice involves recognizing that all humans, regardless of personality, belief, or background, want the same essential things: to feel safe, to be loved, to avoid pain, to find meaning. When you reflect on this at night, grudges soften. Emotional rigidity dissolves. The heart becomes more spacious because it recognizes itself in everyone else. A powerful shift occurs when you apply this reflection to people who hurt you. The Stoics taught that wrongdoing often comes from ignorance or inner turmoil. When you reflect on someone's harmful behavior through the lens of universal brotherhood, you stop feeding emotional resentment. You don't justify the action, but you release the emotional burden. You make space inside yourself where pain once lived. This nocturnal reflection also fosters inner stability. When you understand the emotional universality of human experience, you stop seeing yourself as uniquely flawed or uniquely burdened. Shame weakens. Isolation fades. You feel less defensive, less reactive, less overwhelmed. The emotional system settles into a calmer baseline because belonging replaces separation. Another subtle benefit is gratitude. When you reflect on the shared humanity of people who supported you today, through kindness, patience, or simple presence, you feel more connected. Gratitude arises not from obligation, but from recognition. These small moments of connection become emotional nourishment. The final layer of this practice is integration. As you lie in the dark, breathing softly, you let the truth settle into your emotional body. You are part of something vast and interconnected. You are not alone in your struggles, nor isolated in your hopes. Everyone you meet is walking through their own internal landscapes, just as you are. This truth dissolves emotional tension and creates a quiet, grounded openness that invites deep rest. Through nocturnal reflection on universal brotherhood, the heart softens, the mind widens, and emotional suffering loses its sharpness. You fall asleep not as a separate self-fighting private battles, but as a human among humans, held within the shared fabric of existence. And now, as this journey through the night gently comes to an end, let your mind settle into the quiet truth beneath everything you've learned. You are not meant to carry your days like a weight. You are meant to live them, release them, learn from them, and rest. The night is not your enemy. It is your reset, your doorway back into clarity, your silent teacher. Every breath you've taken here, every shift in awareness, every layer of release has been rebuilding you from the inside out, not through force, not through pressure, but through presence, softness, and the kind of wisdom that grows only in the dark. As you rise from this meditation, whether into sleep or into stillness, carry this with you. You are allowed to begin again. You are allowed to feel lighter. You are allowed to rest without earning it. You are allowed to step into tomorrow renewed, restored, and quietly stronger. Thank you for sharing this time, this stillness, this transformation.